It's day 2 of our approved agenda. We are here in Winter Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. I do have, for the record, Honorable Paul Begay and Honorable Edison Wanika in the chambers here with me. Today's date is Friday, January 21st, 2022. Time now is 10:21 a.m. We do have an approved agenda. Again, like I stated, presiding chair is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Before we go on, let's make sure we have a roll call so we can know that we're in line of quorum, and then we'll go ahead and move on down from there. With that, if we get a roll call, we'll go on.
Good morning, delegates. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Bill Kealan's present.
Honorable Kealan Begay answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Kanazbakrati.
Yati Sadeja, this is Delegate Amber Kanazbakrati. I'm present, thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanazbakrati answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl
I'm sorry.
Slater.
Delegate Rick Nez is on the call.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Once more, Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Odo So. Honorable Odo So. Honorable Odo So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Excuse me, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call via text. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good morning. I'm here.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland's here.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Helona. Honorable Pernell Helona. Honorable Pernell Helona did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Odo So. Honorable Odo So. Honorable Odo So did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. With that, Speaker, you have 15 delegates present, including yourself.
Colleagues, we have 15 members present. Back in the session, day 2. 15 members present. Let's continue on down. We did have an invocation this morning, wonderful invocation by Chairman Daniel So. So thank you, Chairman, for blessing the day. And he did recognize Naabik'íyáti committee too as well in his prayer this morning. So thank you for that, Honorable Chairman Daniel So, on the invocation. So with that, we are back at legislations 0111-21 on our agenda. With that, Chairman Henyo, co-sponsored by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, with Mr. Rico, if you could read legislation 0111-21 into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0111-21, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation sales tax at 24 NNC section 601 to 624. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Jamie Henyo, co-sponsored by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. There is a committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommends. There was a motion made, but there was no second. The legislation moves on as Law and Order is not final authority. You have a Budget and Finance Committee report that received a motion but did not receive a second, and therefore legislation moves on to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. There are also 4 comment reports attached to this legislation. Navajo Nation Council is final authority. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Colleagues, could I get a motion on legislation 0111-21?
Yellowhair motion.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Honorable Edison Wanika. Pat, any comments, questions on amendment or on legislation 0111-21? Twice. 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote?
Sabeja, this is Delegate Cruddy. I will vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes red. Presiding Chair Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Helona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Helona. Honorable Pernell Helona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote? Honorable Odo So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable
Charles Newton, red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Helona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Helona. Honorable Pernell Helona did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote? Honorable Odo So. Honorable Otto did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie? Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 11 delegates in favor and 3 opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. That 11 in favor. Wrong one. You opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Moving on down on our agenda, item number C, legislation 0112-21. Sponsors by Chairman Henio, co-sponsors by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair as well. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0112-21, an act relating to the Law and Order, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the amendments to the Uniform Tax Administration Statute codified at 24 NNC Section 101 et sec of the Navajo Nation Code. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Jamie Henio, co-sponsored by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. There are committee reports from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a do not pass with no amendment. There was a motion, but a lack of a second. However, as LOC is not the final authority, legislation moves on. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass without amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, on legislation 0112-21, is there a motion?
Yellowhair motion.
Honorable by Honorable Ensuanika, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. That, colleagues, is there any comments, questions on legislation 0112-21?
Speaker, this is
Delegate Brown with
Delegate
a question.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, then Honorable Nathaniel Brown, I'll put you in the queue. We'll go back to the sponsor. Chairman Henio, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Chairman of Naabik'íyáti Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. This legislation is a recommendation from the Navajo Nation Tax Commission as far as amendments to the Uniform Tax Code. And it was a longstanding issue with the Tax Commission as they have been moving forward to make amendments on the tax code, which is part of the Navajo Nation Code. And with this Mr. Marty Ashley, when he was the executive director there, recommended that these be placed before the council for consideration. And so and then also Mr. Marty Ashley, after he had retired, handed over the reins to the acting interim director, Ms. Loredita So. And she's my agent with the Navajo Nation Tax Office. And therefore, I believe she's up. Ms. So, are you on the line?
Good morning, this is Mrs. So.
Christina, thank you. She's very well versed in this Navajo Nation tax code and has been with the office for a long time. And therefore, as my agent, she's better equipped to explain what the Tax Commission had went through and all the amendments that are being proposed right now being put before Naabik'íyáti Committee. So with this, I yield the rest of my time to Ms. So. Ms. So, if you would provide an overview of the amendments that were made to the tax code.
Thank you, Mr. Henio. The amendments to this tax code mainly are applicable to changing a definition of person, just to have more clarity so that there it may be applicable to other entities that need to file and pay taxes. And another area is for penalties. We want to change the amount of penalties for taxpayers that file the tax form late and they pay the tax late. And penalties are mainly for when they are assessed. Of course, they may be waived, enforced, or reduced. And the intent is to prevent taxpayers to not file and pay late again. So we just try to encourage them to file on time and pay on time so that they don't have to be assessed penalties. So we want to change some of the amounts for that, and also change the amount for administrative costs of setting up taxpayer conferences and what the office has to do to collect these taxes. We want to increase the administrative costs for that activity. And so those are some of the main changes that need to be made to the Uniform Tax Administration statute. And this statute, it applies to all of the taxes that we administer here with the Office of Navajo Tax Commission. And it's also to serves as a guideline for us to administer these taxes in a fair and just manner across the board to all taxpayers. And that is it for my presentation. Thank you.
Ms. So for that overview of the amendments to the Uniform Tax Code, and Naabik'íyáti Committee, as we're all aware that this tax office, the Tax Commission, they contribute to the general funds every year. And every year when there's revenues being projected, it's usually the retail sales tax is also included as part of our income for the Navajo Nation. And so even in Naabik'íyáti, these amendments are made to make sure that everybody pays their fair share of the taxes to the nation. And everywhere you go, there's always a taxation on something, everything you buy. So it's just to bring the code up to date. I believe the last amendments that were made were several years back. Like I said, and these are just changes that were recommended by the Tax Commission. So even a presentation will stand for questions. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hino and your agent there. That, colleagues, we do have a motion and we do have a second. Indicated that Madam Chair Charles Newton was first and then Honorable Brown. So with that, Madam Chair, good morning. Where's yours?
Good morning, Speaker and colleagues. I do apologize for getting on late. I just got done with a presentation at Shiprock High School. Thank you so much for providing us the information with the changes that have to be made. I guess my question is, with the changes that you talked about with the definitions, how many of our businesses on the Navajo Nation actually ran into situations that were COVID related, and how do these amendments, do they cover, I guess, something where, you know, it's out of the control of the businesses, you know, in terms of, I hate to use the word catastrophes, but, you know, where instances happen, where God is in control, how does the Tax Commission address those issues, and are those amendments that you have considered making in those instances? Because a lot of our businesses were affected because of COVID. And I'm looking through your amendments right now, and I know that there have been some changes. but were those taken into consideration, and are those changes that will be reflected in upcoming amendments to the tax code? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles. And with that, we go back to, or on to Honorable Brown, then I'll come back to you, Chairman Hino, for response. Honorable Brown?
Naabik'íyáti, thank you, Chair. Rado, Delegate Hino for this legislation. I know that our Navajo businesses did not meet with the Navajo Nation Tax Commission. I know that Tax Commission, I'm not sure if they, when their last meeting they've had, I know they haven't had an attorney for quite some time when Chanel and Mr. Marty Ashley was there. So my first question is, have they consulted with our Navajo business owners that this will impact? I believe that the proper order is any type of big changes that our Navajo businesses should be consulted. And that's where, you know, last night we had a deep discussion, and every council session, we always talk about our people and having their input. I don't believe that the Navajo Nation Tax Commission did sit down, even with the net chambers of commerce. So I know that they have been meeting every Monday, majority of the Mondays. So I wanted to also point out that the late fee, if you can also tell my colleagues, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the late fees. So what was the previous amount? My understanding is from $50 to $300. So that is a huge percentage and increase on the amount. And the other thing is, I think how will this help compliance? My understanding also is now there is no electronic version of this. So our people, our business owners are still having to travel or do by mail, like an outdated system is being used. So I think there's some definitions that also that need to be addressed. So again, it's not electronic like in the other business world. So now this has to be done through mail. Why isn't it done electronically? So again, public hearing, but I would like to move this legislation. Well, actually, I think in Naabik'íyáti, we can't move this to a work session until council. So that would be my other question to Speaker. Even if I were to motion to move this to table it, this legislation will still move forward. Is that correct? And so that's my questions, if you have.
Thank you very much with that. Let me go back to Chairman Hino.
Chairman. I believe there was one question for you. So maybe you can answer that first, as from Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Honorable Brown, in the committee, in the rules of order for committee rules of order, sorry, the legislation is tabled. It is up to the sponsor, for the sponsor to decide if that legislation is going to move forward or not. So it'd be up to the sponsor themselves if they want to leave it here until a certain time, or until something is met, or until just in case like a work session has taken place, or the sponsor has the choice ultimately to move it forward. It has happened either way. Honorable Brown. That we go to back to Chairman Hinu.
Chair. Those in the 24th Nomination Council Naabik'íyáti Committee. Questions that were being asked as far as the first one is from the Delegate Charles Newton, Madam Chair Charles Newton. These amendments were proposed before COVID, and so as you see on the resolution within the legislation from the Tax Commission, they had a quorum on March 2020 and passed the amendments, and then recommended that it go forward. So even as far as amendments related to COVID, I think could all hand that over to the agent, Ms. So, to explain that as far as the questions that were being answered, and then also Commissioner Delegate Nathaniel Brown so as far as consultation and public hearings with business owners. I'll hand that over to Ms. So too. So Ms. So.
Thank you for your questions. Okay, so for Delegate Newton's questions as far as businesses that were impacted by the COVID, there weren't that many. And for those that were impacted by COVID, they did reach out to our office regarding their situation, and we've worked directly with them to resolve some of their issues. Now, I know that changes to the administration tax regulations, there is a change under due dates and time determination, section 1.146B, where it talks about an automatic extension of due dates. And if the office of the Navajo Tax Commission is closed due to an act of God or an officially declared Navajo Nation state of emergency, and the due date for a taxpayer to file returns, reports, forms, or other documents, or to remit payments falls during the period of office closure, then the time for filing documents or remitting payment shall be automatically extended until the date the office of the Navajo Tax Commission is reopened to the public. Taxpayers shall not be required to file a form or to request this automatic extension. So with that language in there, I believe it addresses that situation when businesses were impacted by COVID, and when there was a time that our office was shut down due to COVID-related activities. And then also with Delegate Brown's question, have we consulted with Navajo business owners that may be impacted by these changes? I know in the beginning when we were proposing this Navajo Nation sales tax, our office went out to the various chapters and agencies. We also went to other entities, enterprises, even the schools, and we had workshops. We had a questionnaire that the public filled out, and we gathered all that information, and we actually got the feel of how people felt about starting to pay a tax here on the Navajo Nation, and many were for paying that tax, and a lot of them just wanted the money that was collected to at least go back to the chapters and to be used for infrastructure. So since that time, that was before April 1st of 2002, where we had those public hearings, and since then we haven't had one regarding any of the changes to the Uniform Tax Administration statute. And with the late fees, the previous amounts for that were if a taxpayer files and a return late, there are certain forms where you don't have to report the tax. The amount is $50, the penalty for filing that return late. Now, those where tax is reported, total penalty assessed is 25% of the tax due, or $50. The minimum is $50. And it is also penalized for the months that was paid late, but there is a threshold, 25%. So we can't go over 25% of the amount that's due for filing a return late. Now, also for paying late, of course, they're applicable to interest, but penalty for paying late is an immediate penalty of 5%. And then each month that the payment is late, they are assessed an additional 0.5%. Also, there's a threshold there. We cannot exceed 10% the tax amount that's due for the penalties for paying late. So those were the previous penalty amounts for filing a return late and for paying late. And then the other question on how changing the fee, how it will help the clients. Well, it will prevent them from filing and paying late. These penalties, yes, they are high, but our office has the authority to enforce, reduce, or relieve them. But they have to go through the process of requesting for a taxpayer conference, and usually this happens after an assessment is issued. So usually, most times when a business receives an assessment, and yes, the penalties are high, most times they request for a conference. And usually when that goes through the process, it's usually reduced. And then that business, they always ensure that going forward that they don't file late, they don't pay late, because they know how high those penalties can get. And usually, and that is the intent, is to have them file and pay on time so that these interest and penalties are not assessed. And then back to the question of electronic submission of the forms. Again, with the Uniform Tax Administration statute, or a regulation, I'm sorry, it does have a clause in there indicating that taxpayers are now allowed to file the forms electronically. And this change was made last year around this time. So we do have a majority of the business owners that are using this method of filing their forms online. And so that is a great help to them, because a lot of them, they're so used to coming to our office, or they're using the postal mail to submit their tax returns. And now we have that option of accepting those tax returns electronically online. So we do have that currently in place right now. Are there any more questions?
Thank you for that response. With this, Ms. Chair, Speaker Damon, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions? I don't have everybody in the queue at this time on legislation 0112-21. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board.
Honorable
Speaker.
Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable
Delegate
Paul
Paul Begay
Begay.
votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red. This is for the for the legislation 112, correct?
Yes. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati votes red. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Ron votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Tony votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote? Honorable Odo So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Odo So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable
Charles
Eugenia.
Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond
Green.
Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 13 delegates in favor with 4 opposed and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. 13 in favor, 4 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries.
I vote red. This is Delegate Daniel So.
Yeah. That, 13 in favor, 5 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. 13 to 5. Okay, with that, continue on down, colleagues, on our agenda. On to legislation 0119-21, sponsors by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0119-21, in action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting United States Senator Ben Ray Lujan priorities and initiatives that impact the Navajo Nation. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. Naabik'íyáti is the first and last committee per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0119-21, final authorities here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Is there a motion?
Yellow hair motion.
Yellow hair, second.
Second.
Second by Honorable Hona. Colleagues, any comments, questions?
Speaker Kellen.
I'm Kellen Begay. With that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, we'll go back to you. 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I do have before you legislation 0119-21. This initially was drafted and it was ready for consideration before fall session. I debated on bringing this legislation forward because I was hoping to see some good things coming out of this Congress. Unfortunately, because of the recent vote regarding our voting rights, I thought it was important that we start pushing this initiative forward. Many of these are initiatives that do affect the Navajo Nation. For instance, we have the first protecting Native American voting rights. We heard from the Washington office yesterday, and we also watched what was unfolding on our newscast regarding the voting rights, especially those affecting our Navajo people here on the Navajo Nation. We talked about that in depth yesterday and what needs to happen. With this particular legislation, we did have Senator Lujan, who was on, I believe, on CNN the other day, and he talked about the Native American Voting Rights Act and then also the importance of pushing this particular legislation through. Senator Lujan made some really good points, and while he was sharing some of the stories about what we're seeing in Indian country in terms of voting rights, I felt like this was an important legislation, and it's at a key point in time right now that we consider some of these legislations and priorities that he put forward. So that is one. The second that we're looking at specifically is the expansion for funding for Native voting access in the Four Corners area. So this is to provide some protection. I guess it's actually, as stated in the legislation, it's a nonpartisan protection and advocacy for voting access program. And it's funding this particular program, which allocates money to 55 legally established protection and advocacy systems across the country. By doing this, the hope is that it's going to improve access to the ballot with poll worker training, and then American with Disability Act compliance for Natives and also for Americans with disabilities. We recently had a march there in Window Rock with the disability group with Hosky Benali, and they talked about, you know, how living here in the Navajo Nation and a lot of our buildings not being in compliance with ADA is a hindrance to them. And he didn't talk specifically about the voting polls and how that's a hindrance, but we do know that it is difficult for a person who is not disabled and who can speak English. There are some difficulties attached with voting, and so this funding for Native voting access in the Four Corners area is one that Senator Lujan has championed, and I believe that Navajo Nation needs to make a statement saying that we support this initiative as well. Number 3 is protecting Native youth and tribal officers, and this is in terms of the VAWA, the Violence Against Women, the Reauthorization Act of 2013, and it does provide the Navajo Nation to exercise special domestic violence criminal jurisdiction. One of the issues that we do run into with public safety and justice is how do we protect victims of domestic violence? How do we protect women, you know, who have been sexually assaulted, any type of violence that has been committed against a woman? And in some jurisdictions, even though you have a protection order in place that has been authorized by the Navajo Nation, it's not always honored as it should be in other jurisdictions. For instance, a protection order that was granted on the Navajo Nation may not necessarily be honored in Apache County. And so usually when a person has a protection order, they have to carry that protection order around with them. And it does allow some protection. Again, you know, it's not always honored. And what this is going to do is protecting, it's basically going to authorize tribes like the Navajo Nation to exercise that special domestic violence criminal jurisdiction to arrest and to prosecute non-Indians for domestic violence, for dating violence, and for violation of protection orders. If there's a few, actually I think it's like three conditions that are met. And that is that the victim has to be Indian. The non-Indian offender has to have some sufficient ties to the tribe. So like, for instance, if they're a in-law to the tribe, that is a sufficient tie. If they're a boyfriend or girlfriend to a tribal member, that's a sufficient tie. Even if they work on the Navajo Nation, that is a sufficient tie. And then the tribe, the third condition is that the tribe guarantees the non-Indian offender has constitutional protections on a par to those provided in federal or state form, which means that we have to honor their constitutional rights, which the Navajo Nation does, and it's incorporated into not only the criminal code but also within the procedures for the criminal code as well. Number 4 is the other push from Senator Lujan is safeguarding Native children's welfare. And this does deal with family violence prevention and treatment resources on the Navajo Nation communities. And he did state in his presentation of his priorities that we all know that Indian women are at a higher likelihood of being victims than you would say. I think it's 1 in 3 Indian woman would be is victimized or is a victim of a violent crime at one time in their life. And so one of the priorities that he has set out is to protect the Native children, which would include the Navajo children, from child abuse and neglect in when there is family violence. He also has within his priorities fully funding water infrastructure needs on tribal lands. As we know, COVID, has taken over. We have been talking about water and how water is life. He is in full support of funding the water infrastructure needs on tribal lands, and I understand that he also met with Indian Health Services at the time when Indian Health Services was talking about their sanitation systems here in the Navajo Nation. And it's almost historic to say that this has been fully funded. Congress could have came back and only given IHS half of that amount, but instead the full amount that IHS was asking for was fully funded. And that is part of his commitment to Indian country and also to the Navajo Nation, is to fully fund those water infrastructure needs, which includes not only providing water to communities that don't have it, but also providing a sanitation infrastructure for the Navajo communities. I do want to also state that Senator Lujan has been pushing for better healthcare services. I know when I did meet with him there in IHS, he was very interested in hearing about the data and statistics and how difficult it is to gather that type of information here on Navajo, which would help us with a lot of our causes, including improving our healthcare system here on the Navajo Nation. We all know, we all have gone to IHS at one time or another, and we have all experienced their type of services. Sharing those stories with Senator Lujan has helped him to become an advocate for better healthcare services for the Navajo people when it comes to IHS, and he continues to advocate for better healthcare, and then also to protect patients with pre-existing conditions, which has been a topic of discussion, especially with the federal government and recent healthcare legislations that have been passed down. We're always talking about pre-existing conditions. We're talking about, what a person had prior to them going to see a doctor and how sometimes in those cases they're not always covered. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and there's some other things that Senator Lujan also pushed for, but Senator Lujan is a family man. He is championed for families across New Mexico. He has also been a very strong advocate for Indian country and for the Navajo Nation. I've known Senator Lujan now for 3 years being a delegate, and Senator Lujan has always taken the time to meet with me. He's never, when I've gone there to Washington to meet with him, he's never, like some senators do, just send the staff in to talk to me. Senator Lujan has always taken the opportunity, always taken the time to meet with me to hear what the concerns are, and has always assisted me in addressing some of these needs. So when I saw his priorities and I saw what he's been pushing for and keeping track of the legislations that he has been presenting there at the federal level, I feel like these are certainly issues that Navajo should be standing behind Senator Lujan to say that, we support him. We support the work that he's doing for the Navajo Nation, for the Navajo people, for all of the tribes here in New Mexico. And we appreciate, the way that he understands the way that tribes are working, what is happening within our tribal lands and how he's trying to improve our lives each and every day. So with that, Speaker, I do stand for questions. Thank you. Hello, speaker, can you hear me?
Yes. Who's in the queue first? Oh. It was just. Jay, let me go down to you. As we do have a small motion and second. Honorable Councilman Gay, floor is yours.
Biate Nanadal Asche. Aro Kodo Delegate Noon legislation hitahne Sozagi. I really don't have a problem with the legislation or the leadership by Senator Lujan. But the only thing, this is more, it's in the area of public safety overall. The reason why I'm saying this is that would have been nice if we could be able to include broadband effort that he's been supporting, that he's been initiating as well. Broadband, Nikki, we've talked about a lot of these funding that still is needed on the Navajo Nation. But the way this is written up, Naabik'íyáti, is that some of the, I think, extract a lot of these issues that he's already working on. If I were to be in his position, and especially if the Naabik'íyáti committee acts on this, if I see it receiving this at the office, and I'll say that, okay, these are the only areas that the Navajo Nation supports as a priority. If I were to go, if another Navajo legislature comes in and say that we need support in broadband, we need support in road transportation, we need support in uranium, we need support in veterans, we need support in Chaco Canyon, and so on. But I maybe the title could, maybe, I don't know, just, I don't know if it needs to give some more time, because just state legislature, state task force members, as a state task force, we try to reach out to the federal level as well, of each of the states, senators and representatives. Again, if this is passed, I'm sure it will pass today, and then in 2 weeks, the Resource and Development Committee has planned to be in DC to advocate on certain areas in our area. I believe there's a time that we will be meeting with the senator and all the Navajo Nation delegation in DC. How would we strategize to say that, well, actually, this is not just only what we support you, but we also want for support in broadband, in transportation, uranium, veterans, and Chaco Canyon, and other areas. Broadband is the number one thing that I believe that we need to continue make it known to the to our Congress that's very much needed. And then also the road transportation, we have been pushing for $1 billion road projects that's being proposed by Navajo Nation Department of Transportation. Although we asked Congress to do a field hearing on uranium on Navajo. Although we were asking Congress and the Biden administration to have a direct service on the Navajo Nation, we have a supporting resolution by Nabi. I mean, like I said, the content of it is okay. I do support all of those. I don't have a question on those. But my only point is that how do we also assure and ask Senator Lujan to say that although that we're giving this to you, but we also need to within this legislation, I believe that some of the bigger area that we also need to include that's in sin. But then again, I mean, if it's just Senator Lujan, what about Senator? What was the other senator from New Mexico? But then Senator Kelly, Senator Sinema, and then Senator Romney and Senator Mike Lee Shea-Yunnett from Utah. Anyway, I thought you did nish go deep, not sourcing baby Casey exhibit which is okay. And sure, they want to utilize these in their effort when they're sponsoring the bill on the floor at DC to say that this is a bill that I'm introducing and I do have support by the Navajo Nation, which is a good justification for support from his end. So, I mean, right above it, the legislation is okay, it's good, but like I said, I mean, how do we have more comprehensive, inclusive, maybe just not to Senator Lujan, but more of a broader position by the Navajo Nation, just like the state task force. We always don't be more specific, but more in general, that this is the support or priorities of the Navajo Nation. That the North and in New Mexico, that's okay. And then some went to the state of Arizona 2 weeks ago in addressing the priorities of Navajo. And I believe Chairman Freeland will introduce legislation that's not going to be more specific, but more in general, that this is what we're really focusing on at the state legislature. And I believe that would be something that we could do as well at the federal level to say that these are the major area that in this term that we really want to deal with. The other areas at the same time, how do we ask our Congress to include a lot of these infrastructure, such as facilities, though, especially from in our area, is agriculture, though, farming, the livestock, those are some areas that I believe that we really need to ask our Congress to have a say-so in advocating on behalf of us, which a lot of these fundings are funneled through the Department of the Interior and through the BIA. Legislation, but otherwise, I do support the legislation. But again, I'm just asking if they could be modified to say that these are the major areas as an overall for the Navajo Nation. But yes, at the same time, we specifically support the effort of what you have introduced at DC level. So on this legislation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiambe. Um,
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Dennis, go ahead, Chairman. There was no one in the queue, so floor is yours at this time.
Thank you. And members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, colleagues, Ado Shiyazer, Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, thank you for bringing this legislation forward. But I would ask the committee to give consideration, and I would don't know if our lobbyist at the Washington D.C. level is on the call, but I would ask that I make a motion to amend the legislation to include all of the New Mexico congressional delegation. We do realize that we do need to inform the fourth member of the, the fifth member. The other folks on the delegation also need to know that we support these priorities or these aspects. I think I sponsored legislation regarding the protection of youth and public safety. And if we could get OLS to research those that have been supported on those congressional bills, whether they be HR or S bills, we could include those as part of the priorities or exhibits where we want some change, because each of the other individual support legislations did say that NABI supports these particular actions. I would request of that and request assistance from OLS as well as OLC to draft that particular amendment. Thank you.
Okay, so Chairman, that's just a request. The amendment isn't ready yet. So Office Legislative Council, how long do you think that might take?
Good morning, Speaker. While this is Ms. Bob Ross, Chief Legislative Counsel. It's hard to predict. I haven't had time to research the number of bills that the nation has supported. So a lot will be driven by that. And some questions. Do we want to go back and list each of those bills in this legislation, or do we just want to do a summary inclusion? The legislation as drafted supports the priorities that Senator Lujan himself has developed and I guess published. Are we doing the same for each of the congressional delegation, or are we just asking them to also support Senator Lujan's priorities and initiatives? So anyway, there are a number of questions that are going to have to be considered during the amendment. I don't know how long it will take Mr. Rico's office to research the bills and such. So probably, Speaker, let me just see if I can guess. 45 minutes to an hour, probably. I think that, thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Daniel, so recommendation is to email Mr. Rico and Ms. Barbroff the bill numbers or what the title might be, so the Office of Legislative Services can start to researching that. Two things, what could happen is, what'd you say, February? Two things is, one is you could table this legislation until later on this afternoon, and it might be ready. The amendment could possibly be ready. I'm not guaranteeing that. Or you could table the legislation if you really wanted to get a thorough amendment in this legislation until the next Naabik'íyáti committee, which would be February 10th. I think there was I'm not too sure what bill. Chairman Daniel, so.
Thank you, Cecilia, Chair of Naabik'íyáti Committee. I guess, and colleagues and folks on the line, that my perspective was more reactionary and Speaker, those other legislations that were passed by the Naabik'íyáti referencing specific legislations, had you processed a letter of transmittal to our congressional delegation respective of those other individual bills that Naabik'íyáti had endorsed? If that occurred, then I would withdraw my request.
Chairman, when there's a, let me, okay, I'm just trying to understand. When there's a Nabi resolution that's passed, that, let's say in this case, the Speaker's office will write for legislation 0119-21, we'll write a cover memo and send this off to the individuals that have us, I guess, asking of their support or asking of their department support. Is because in some cases we do it to departments or agencies. At that time, that's when that happens. But are you saying that if there's specific legislations, or if there's a specific legislation that you know of that you would like for us to get a letter of support for you, we can draft that for a specific federal legislation or congressional bill?
I guess the main thing I'm looking at is there was many letters that were submitted to Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Senator Schumer regarding other actions of NABI, but I didn't, and those weren't CC'd to the NABI members, but to specific committee members, and I just happened to get copies of them. And my real concern is these other legislations. Did they get that same type of submittal to specific individuals? And if those occurs, please share those letters with the Naabik'íyáti committee so that when we do happen to see a congressional representative or a staff member, we can say, we passed this, could you get your boss, or could you get you as a congressional member to support this, or to submit it as part of the congressional record. I think that's the follow through that I'm seeking, so that we are officially doing the work that each of these legislations that we've passed regarding federal bills that are sponsored by the congressional folks of the 3 states that represent us. That's the intent and purpose. And if we could see those, it would really help me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. I understand what you're saying now. Yes, there is congressional, or in any case, it could be a state, county, or federal Naabik'íyáti committee position that the nation has raised, and at that position, those there is a memo that usually is attached if it's in the federal level. Sometimes the Navajo Nation Washington D.C. office will help assist. Sometimes it will be mainly Mr. At the federal level, Mr. Carlisle Brigade will help assist in those letters, because he knows the individuals that it would go directly to. If it's at the state levels, usually have the assistance of some of the lobbyists. And then if it's at the local level, it's just usually the staffers that write those specifically up. So in the future, if those, like, let's say if this legislation is passed, we can make sure that letter does go out to all of the Naabik'íyáti committee. In some cases, Chairman, the letters are revised again if the position is still the same after 2 years, and let's say the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti committee has not made any amendments, or if the position is still the same from years before, that the position statement letters are just revised again and updated, and then that's what is usually taken into consideration. Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you. I'm satisfied with that response.
Okay.
So that request for amendment I won't officially make it then.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. With that, colleagues, are there any other comments, questions on legislation 0119-21? I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time.
Speaker Freeland.
Yes. Honorable Freeland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Arashnata. Good morning, colleagues, as well as staff. Stasia, thank you for this legislation. Just kind of looking at it and thinking about all the many issues that impact Navajo at the federal level. We have a lot of work still ahead of us. We still have a lot of issues that we need to address, to tend to put at the forefront. And I think it's a very important legislation as well. And for myself, just seeing how historically Senator Lujan has worked with the nation as a whole, and seeing how he has worked with tribes, especially New Mexico as a whole. When he was a representative, of course, I did have the honor of serving on his staff. So I am a former staffer to him. At that time, it was a lot of work related to veterans, a lot of work related to matters on the nation as well. And I always remember coming to Window Rock and meeting with then Speaker Morgan, and just the relationship that the nation has with its congressional leaders, and the nation's voice at that time was real important and adamant. So I appreciate this legislation because it is very important. There's a lot of other issues that I can talk about and bring up, of course. And, I had a very good conversation with the senator in Tlahtli not too long ago when we met with him. And, of course, this issue relates to Chaco Canyon. But, for myself as a delegate from that region, and it was just real important to voice those concerns to him. And, I'll still continue to work with Senator Lujan. Like I said, he is my former boss. I still respect him. I still appreciate all that he's done for the nation, and how he stood up for us a lot too. So, and of course, there's issues, like I said, that we'll disagree on, but that's okay. But, there's always that opportunity to go back and have further discussion and debate and deliberation on. And I look forward to our discussion when RDC does go to Washington. I'm looking forward to our conversations again, and meeting and sitting down with him and talking to him again. And, aside from Chaco, there's a lot of natural resources issues that we got to bring up. Abandoned mines is one, and reclamation. The whole issue of the uranium legacy, how that's continued to impact the nation as well. And, just the issue of COVID-19, how the federal response has been for the nation, and how it's helped the nation as a whole. And like my brother brought up, public safety is another one. Working with public safety, and the need for additional prosecutors, of course, is an ongoing issue. The E911, broadband. I mean, the list goes on and on continuously. But for myself, and I guess what my Honorable Che brought up, Honorable Daniel So brought up is, I would support that amendment as well. But I do appreciate the legislation, and I'll be voting green for it. Yes, even though we do have our disagreements at times, but as a whole, we still need to work with Senator Lujan, as well as Senator Heinrich. I think that's who my brother was trying to think of earlier, my older brother, Honorable Kielan Begay, Senator Martin Heinrich, as well as, of course, he mentioned Senator Romney, Senator Lee, Senator Sinema, and Senator Kelly. And we can't forget Colorado too. We do have land up there. So I think we still need to start making a mark up there, Speaker. Go back to Colorado and talk to them as well. But Eddie Ashnata, thank you for the time, and thank you for the opportunity to speak as well on this matter. Thank you.
Oh, I'll come down. Just a second. Not sure if they're gonna
Thank you very much for that information, Honorable Freeland. Colleagues, is there any other comments, questions? Honorable Keelan Begay?
Speaker, get back with me after another delegate. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, moving on down. Any other comments, colleagues, on legislation 0119-21? Went twice.
Yako?
Can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes, I can hear you now.
No more comments or questions. I'm going to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Calvin with screen. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia. Go ahead. Once again, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio.
Vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay and Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati vote green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Excuse me, Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Still green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused, and Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Once more, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 17 delegates in favor and 0 opposed. Presiding Chair not voting.
Thank you.
Chair, excuse me, I vote green, Chair.
Honorable Eugene, so we have you down as excused. Are you back on now?
I made it, Chair. I made it back.
Okay. That Honorable Eugene So's vote adds one more to the Greens column, so that's 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. That, colleagues, motion carries 0119-21. Again, colleagues, legislation of final authority was here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Moving on down. We do have legislation 0251-21, sponsored by Honorable Edison Juanica. Mr. Rico, if you could put that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0251-21, an act relating to law and order, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Navajo Nation Council, establishing a referendum for Diné voters to decide whether to increase the number of Navajo Nation Council delegates from 24 to 48, beginning with the November 2026 Navajo Nation general election. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Juanica. There are committee reports from the Law and Order Committee. The Law and Order Committee recommended do pass with no amendment. There's a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Delegate Yellowhair motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, there's a motion by Honorable Yellowhair. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Colleagues, is there any comments, questions on legislation 0251-21? This legislation is destined for council. And twice.
Speaker, I've got a question. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Juanica, floor is yours. You have 20 minutes on the board.
What about now? Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Appreciate this opportunity to present this legislation. The legislation when the council was reduced from 88 to 24 under Joe Shirley's administration. Without Elia, the Quados down that season. I would never that is all. The heart at the Honza holds. So even the Sato up in just stated, I initiated a petition to go the Queasy chapters Petati
استانيلت إيدا تو resource كده سيت تو وازيت إلنا بيدا كايلي بو you gonna pay me mileage with it no I don't خليت كوبنا يجون 6 months we were trying to get signatures. The highest we got by the end of 6 months was about 4,700, and we needed over 20,000 voters to get it on the ballot. It'll be like a Celine. I don't did President Shirley the store put from the president's office though. They did a petition to increase the council from 88 to 24. So with 6 months again about 3 months a couple of weeks they submitted it saying that they had enough. So other election administration staff they it was to reduce the council from 88 to 24 even yet line item veto so Naabik'íyáti the connect came over 2,000 signatures short. It could have been to be like a slate of the no. So I don't know so in this toast. He went to Office of Hearings and Appeals. ARJ with the signatures are short. So they agree with the election administration. I don't they appeal to Navajo Nation Supreme Court. To end it became political. Because Supreme Court they put it on the ballot he don't need. There's no signatures to get up on there. So even this is what I said this deal out of Joe Eliada. There's no signature out of big at the Celine that put aim the never need so quite in a Joe and Elia or Joe Pana is no. Without that, yard 8 only. Joe owns someone's case of the Satoshi and Sisley. Quite has uneven in a dinner so ski escape and because E24 gets a hit out a call I don't need what don't need. The Queen of Haidashi, I think was 1998 to 2003. I was a council delegate at that time. Numbers came to reduce the council beneath. And I went with 110, 88, 72, 48, 32, 24. Let me see, there was 7 of them. I can't, but anyway, these numbers, I put it in the primary election. Okay, now Nation Council last year it got on the ballot. In the primary election, 87 numbers it went before the people. In the primary election, the highest vote getter was 88 and 24. Out of the 88 and 24, it went on to the general election. the content 24 he won by a 2-to-1 vote. We couldn't implement that because at that time it required a supermajority. Majority of all registered voters had to vote on that referendum in order for it to pass. I can't recollect exactly what the numbers were, but just to give it over 18th in the year, I think I needed 42,000 people to vote in order for this to pass. I think I got something a little over 30,000 data, isn't it? That approximately 30,000 that is the even though 24 won by a 2-to-1 vote, when early administration, when they initiated it, they used 24, saying that was the choice of the people. They reduced the 88 to 24. I said it was done by a petition there. Other because you put a especially after the 24 was seated. You see the Akano, but the Naya lab Christian to send all Legi, a Sanda Legi, which and never I said I Ananta. I could aim the day, the never Johotol link. After when they let the people decide, there's legislation that can come before us that as Navajo Nation Council, we decide on issues. But I want to give this to the Navajo people on the referendum so they can decide. The Nepedat to in Khan Day, so not on in Glenke, Piggy Bohni, Kotana, in Zonshida, deepest part, Anila I suppose, with ASEAN case. Java does it if we give it to the people. It is been yes. The she and him hold little. Today, within Nata, there's a document by government development, and I know during the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, Delegate Crowdy asked me to provide this efficiency report that was done 2016. There was a report given by the Government Development Office to Naabik'íyáti Committee to examine the reduced Navajo Nation Council's effectiveness and responsiveness, so to initiate candidate discussion regarding any government reform examination, whether the reduced council should be considered from 24 to 48. So there was a document. I went to Government Development Office and they told me they don't have that. So I couldn't provide it to Delegate Crowdy, but they're supposed to have provided that information to her. But there was discussion on it. They did a poll with the chapter officials and individuals, asking them what their position is as far as increasing the 24 to 48. And there was approximately, just based on remembering, over 400 people that participated in that survey. And I think 60% said that they want to increase the council from 24 to 48. And that's the reason why I'm saying that we need to make this a choice of the people, give it to the people, and let them decide. So I know there's probably some recommendations being made. Should we make it staggered terms or leave it as is? Although I wanted this particular legislation, I submitted my request for this legislation the first year we were in office, this 24th Navajo Nation Council. But there was a hesitancy from OLC, Office of Legislative Council, because we were concerned that there might be a complaint filed because we were just going to put it on the referendum instead of doing it by initiative. And that's the only, I'm disappointed in that respect that this won't be on the ballot until 2026. But those are some of the discussions that we might have. I don't know if there's a possibility to, but there's still time to have a special election in February and the first part of March. If we're going to have this in 2024. The Asian coordinator listo. But aimed at art, agit off, and so say we can just move it forward as is. And excuse me, another thing is I don't have agents, so there might be the only people that I can rely on is our chief legislative counsel, and then maybe if there's anyone from the election office. But the election office, the new director is not very familiar with this presentation that I'm doing. Yeah, last speaker.
Thank you very much, Suwanika. With that, colleagues, any other further comments, questions on legislation 0251-21? Twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'm engaged in a conversation right now on Facebook for the people who are, listening in through the Navajo Nation Council Facebook. And it seems that a lot of our people are confused about this legislation. And I say that because I really wanted to get an idea, of how people are viewing this particular legislation. And one thing that I did request when it did come before Law and Order Committee is to properly educate the people on, what this legislation is doing. And the reason I said that is because, and it's proof on the Facebook page, if you read the comments, that there are people who think that we're voting today to increase the number from 24 to 48. So I'm going in and I'm trying to explain that this legislation is really to put it on a ballot to ask. And to ask the people, to, whether we should increase the number. But there seems to be some who are saying that there should have been a petition. And I know Delegate Wanika, you did state that, there was a petition that went around and, it didn't garner enough signatures to even ask this question. I know that as a delegate, we don't have proper education out there. And this has come up, when we have talked about gaming. There were arguments made that, with gaming, the language was confusing, that people didn't understand, what the question was, and that it was backwards. The same thing came up with also the increase for salary, the increase, to increase the president's salary. Right now, our president, I believe, is making, is it $50,000 a year, which is actually one of the lowest paying positions. When you think about some people who are making, 100,000 or 150,000 on the Navajo Nation. And, you think about the president and all the stress and all the weight that he carries, and he's, doing this for 50,000. And yet we continue, and the same thing, with council delegates. We're oftentimes criticized because of them, because they say that we steal money, which, is really something I still don't understand how that's possible. But what I'm trying to get to is that there's a lot of this misinformation that goes, that kind of comes about. And I think that with this particular legislation, it has been a hot topic issue. Because right now the people, are saying that that it shouldn't even be talked about, that we council, we shouldn't even be, debating whether we should put this on a referendum. And so I did respond to some people on Facebook to explain to them that the referendum is a request for a question to be placed on the ballot. So we're not deciding here at council today that we're going to increase the number. What we're deciding is we're saying, should we put it on the ballot for the people to decide? And I know Delegate Juanica, through your presentation, you kept saying, the people are the ones who have to decide. The people are the ones who should who should determine whether we should go up in the number of our delegates. It's the people, and that's what this legislation is doing. And that's my understanding. Is today, if we vote green, we are essentially saying that we're going to give it to the people to decide whether we should go up from 24 to 48. And so it is a referendum that we are saying, and we're not taking away the voice from the people. We're not taking away that vote. If anything, we're saying that the people have come forward through chapter meetings. They have come to delegates to say, like delegates, there's so many issues that are happening and you're not doing, you're not addressing everything, all of the issues on the Navajo Nation. And I believe that Delegate Brown stated that yesterday on the floor, that as delegates, we do get stretched thin. Because, we have public safety issues, we have veterans issues, we have housing issues, we have, issues that are dealing with the elders, we have Navajo Nation employees, who are not being paid, we have all of these issues that are happening right now. And we cannot devote 100% of our time to every issue. And so the reason why I'm sharing this information is because Delegate Juanica, stated that in his presentation. And I just wanted to clarify, Speaker, for the people who are listening in on Facebook, what is happening. At that same time, it's also important that we understand that, with this referendum, that there are delegates, there are many of us delegates who have requested, respectfully, we have requested to, for government development, to get out there and to educate the people, to explain to them, what they're going to be voting for. And I believe that there are even delegates who said, let's not use the legal jargon, but use everyday words, put it on the ballot, make it very clear. Should we increase council 24 to 48? Or should we, add on 12 more delegates? Make it very clear for all people to understand. And again, as I stated earlier, we have heard that a lot of our voters, when they go to the ballot, they don't, the language is so confusing that they vote yes thinking they mean no, or they vote no thinking they mean yes. And, I think that, we really need that education to be shared with the people. In addition to that, I think that, I myself have asked this question so many times, and I believe that, we tried at the very beginning, we tried to define, what does a council delegate do? Our job description currently, we don't have a job description. All I know is per the law, a council delegate, for a person to run for council delegate, there's not very much of a requirement that's put in place. The qualifications per Title II, Section 103, no person shall serve as a delegate to the Navajo Nation Council unless he or she is an enrolled member. So that's one, you have to be an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation above the age of 25. And two, you have to be older than 25. Those are the minimum, or those are the requirements. There is nothing on here that states anything about having a high school diploma, having a college education, speaking fluent or intermediate or, basic Navajo, understanding, at a high level, medium level, low level Navajo. So all of that needs to be explained when we're educating our people on, like what a council delegate is, what powers they have, how much we get paid, and then what the workload entails. Yesterday, Delegate Rick Nez, spoke about, this is our job. Our job is to legislate, bills. It's to pass laws. Our job is to be working on behalf of the people. And then yesterday, when we debated the issue that happened with the voting rights, there was another delegate that said, you know what, we are the voice of the people. We should be taking that voice to Washington, D.C. and telling our federal elected officials where Navajo stands on certain issues. And yet, I know that as a council delegate, when I came in brand new, not knowing what a council delegate did, it took me several months to figure out exactly my job, what I can do, how I can help, and where I go to get information. And there was really there's not a book, there's not any type of, anything that helps you to prepare for being a delegate. And I've asked this question over and over and over again. What exactly is what exactly does a delegate do? What are their powers? And, are there requirements or expectations that are put upon us that are maybe out of date? So when we're talking about increasing the number, it goes back to educating the people. We need to educate them on what a council delegate does. What is council? What is Naabik'íyáti? What is Law and Order Committee? What is RDC? You know, what is all of this, and how does that all come together? How does that, you know, help our people? And we even have back and forth debates. And I've asked this question as well. As a delegate, do we represent our chapters, our chapter officials, or do we represent our people? Because every single one of us as delegates, at one time, we have said, I represent the people. But when it comes to issues, when it comes to funding, we always go back and say, well, I have 3 chapters, I have 5 chapters, I have 8 chapters. So on one hand, we're saying we represent the people. And then on the other hand, we go back and we say we represent the chapters. So all of this, I think, is very, very important for the people to understand what this referendum, 1, what a referendum is, 2, what is this referendum going to do? And it goes back to educating our people. And then at Law and Order Committee, I asked the question, how do we measure an effective delegate? We don't have yearly, you know, we don't have anything every year that measures what we're doing, how we're doing it, whether we're doing a good job. There's nothing out there that really measures it. So how do we know a delegate is effective? And so at Law and Order Committee, I asked that question. The second question that I asked in terms of educating is, what is this going to cost the Navajo people? And the reason why I brought that up is because we know, because of COVID, that revenue is declining. We thought it was going to hit us this year, but that ARPA money and the CARES money helped us. When that ARPA money and that CARES money runs out, we have to figure out as delegates, where are we going to get revenue? What are we looking at to bring money back in to keep the government going, to provide services to the people? So if we increase, we're going to be increasing our budget for council. And right now I'm looking at the fiscal year 2022 budget for Navajo Nation Council. And this is Business Unit 101001. Under general funds for fiscal year 2022, the amount, the proposed budget that we were debating was $2,363,428. And that was just for council. That doesn't include Budget and Finance Committee. That doesn't include Office of the Speaker. That doesn't include Law and Order Committee. It doesn't include Health, Education, Human Services, and it doesn't include Resources and Development. So when we're talking about increasing, we have to explain to the people what we do, why it's important, and then we also have to be very clear to them that this is going to double what we normally get at council. So all of that information is so important to the Navajo people for them to make the decision of whether we should increase or not. We as delegates can admit and we can say that we are stretched thin, but when we're looking at a deficit, when we're looking at revenue declining and we don't have a plan for it, we need to let the people know that, you know, yes, the money's going to come down, but we're going to double, you know, what council is getting right now. We're going to double the amount of salary that council delegates get. We're going to double the amount of, you know, health insurance. We're going to double all of that. But guess what? You guys are going to have a voice at the state level, at the federal level, and it's going to be a little bit more of a voice. So in terms of this particular legislation, it is so important. It is very, very important that we share with the people what a council delegate is, what our responsibilities are, how much money it takes for one council delegate to travel.
Chair,
How-
can I point of order?
Honorable Eugene, so Madam Chair, hold on, Honorable Eugene, so you raise a point of order.
My point of order, Chair, is I feel that we're talking about to give this as a referendum vote. Not the qualification, etc. Or that's about it. That's how I see the legislation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So I do believe that Madam Chair is in order. She's explaining the detail on budgetary process if this was going to go into effect. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, continue on.
Thank you for that, Speaker Damon. So when we're talking about this particular legislation, we need to educate our people on what it's going to do. And then most importantly, as I stated, what is a referendum? How does this restore the voice back to the people? And then making sure that our people are properly educated on council. And then what this increase is going to do, maybe the positive side of it, and then also the negative side of it. And then most importantly, when it comes to the language on the ballot, it needs to be clear and very straightforward. I always think in terms of, I was an English literature major when I was at ASU. I have my bachelor's in it, but I remember that I took a class on the different types of writing. And I remember the professor saying that a newspaper is the like the aim of all types of writing if you want to get a message across. So newspapers don't use these big $10,000 words. They use everyday language that helps people understand what is happening in the news. So we need to have that same type of language that's shared across, the Navajo Nation for our voters, so that they understand what they're going to the polls for, so that they understand what they're voting for. So Delegate Bonica, in terms of this particular legislation, and I was just now reading it to see, I know that you did talk about the petition and then how that initiative didn't actually go forward. So I guess my question to you is, one, is this the legal way to present a referendum, to put a referendum on the ballot? Number two is, what are the plans for educating the people in the event this referendum does go forward? Number three is, how much is it going to cost government development to do, to get out there and to educate our Navajo people on what this referendum is going to be, what the questions are, and then also what they're going to be voting on. And then number four, in terms of the council delegate and our responsibilities, and that kind of goes back to the question of education. Is it, I just pointed out government development, but who is going to be leading the efforts in educating our people with this referendum? Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and go back on mute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go back to Honorable Wanika. Her response.
So, thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, and all those that are listening in. And thank you, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. I know you said the people are confused. I think there's a lot of legislations that we do, people are not fully aware of, because a lot of those legislation we pass within the council. But this will go out to the people, at least they'll come to the polls And it's the responsibility of the election administration. When a certain item is put on the ballot, they will educate the people on that particular item that's going to be on the ballot. So there will be education on what's on the ballot. And as far as properly educating the people, when I did my initiative, I just went on my own pretty much with the people that were supporting me on this. But when I came on the council, I was told that any amendments to the laws and also any changes in government has to go through government development. So I went and met with the government development office, and they did do an education. There's supposed to be over 40 pages of information that was put together as far as the education that was made. And I'm pretty definite that 4 out of the 5 agency council passed resolutions supporting this referendum effort. So I know there was education on this, and this has been discussed ever since the council was reduced from 88 to 24. This is not a new issue. And as far as the ballot being very clear, the ballot language is already in the legislation. It starts with referendum increasing the Navajo Nation Council from 24 to 48. Descriptive summary. This referendum gives the net voters the opportunity to decide by majority vote whether the number of delegates to the Navajo Nation Council should be increased from 24 to 48, beginning with the November 2026 Navajo Nation general election. And then you talk about the legal effect. Are we doing this in the legal way? And I'm going by the Navajo Nation Election Code, how a referendum process should be put into effect. A yes vote is in favor of increasing the number of delegates to the Navajo Nation Council from 24 to 48, beginning with the November 2026 Navajo Nation general election. A yes vote will have the effect of amending Title II of the Navajo Nation Code as set forth in the complete text of the legislation referred by this referendum measure. A no vote is against increasing the number of delegates to the Navajo Nation Council from 24 to 48. A no vote will have no effect on current status of Navajo Nation law, thereby allowing the current number of 24 to remain as is. Referendum ballot question shall have the number of delegates to the Navajo Nation Council to be increased from 24 to 48, beginning with the November 2026 Navajo Nation general election. Yes, the number of delegates shall be increased from 24 to 48. A no vote will be the current number of 24 delegates shall remain as is. I don't think there's any words in there that are really complicated. I think it's very simple. So as far as whether this is done the legal way, being that I worked with election administration before, I know what I'm doing is according to the laws that were put in place regarding referendum process. And then education, I explained that it's been, people have come to me asking, because I did a petition saying, when are you going to do the legislation? And I tell them, I said, I had asked for it a long time ago. It's finally coming through. So it's because of questions like that that I feel that we need to present this to the people. And then you talk about costs. And I think to an extent, Speaker Damon answered that question. that we will have to address it if the people would increase the council to 4 to 8. But right now, I agree with you. We have to be thinking about, as far as the funding is concerned, the only thing I keep thinking about is we have LDAs. I think if it's increased to 4 to 8, we have to reconsider having LDAs, even though it's very important. But I also think about maybe one of the things we could do also is increase the number of staff at the speaker's office so that we can get additional help as far as doing our work. So those are the things that I think if it is increased to 4 to 8, but we're not there yet. And then also, I think the last question has to do with, as far as something to do with just lead the effort. I can't remember what the last question was. Honorable Madam Chair. Hey, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That we move on down. Honorable Brown, floor is yours.
Ayate, thank you, Chair. Ado Naabik'íyáti Committee. Besh Mahasaan. Ado Shanant, Mr. Winika, thank you for your legislation. I do support this legislation. I know all of us delegates, maybe it's just me, but our people, the next people and our chapters, what is usually their infamous saying is, at least I get that sometimes. I know yesterday when I was in my meeting, one of the Kanta vice president did mention that I'm not always there like they want me to. Although Washington, like at any case like the what Senator Kristen Sinema has single-handedly done in here, that's in Navajo, is going to be directly impacted. Although water rights badahin, although Indian Child Welfare Act, go ahead. Bebe ajaban banahat ko lada nahalo the neni glini Bajanahat asalani hashin from its abat kihnalta. The genre dole see the beshmans an tehenal yago. Beni nani ge a tanda the shinigit a hashi is that nahais nali aslache host to house so the ne down genre so leha host so other ben steel that's the nelde. Adon le Washington kinahan kre. A ko ado akuda hawada so. That's a huge Nate call. I'm also missing the Navajo Utah Commission meeting because I'm really interested in all these legislations. There's really not enough time in a day to completely do our work, and we are in some very interesting times during this pandemic, as well as our Navajo Nation economy. There's a lot of moving parts that I think that we need as much help and support to get our Navajo people's voice, all the work that is going on at the chapter level. My only question is, Shananta, why, I think it was 48, right? Why that magic number? And I think any type of increase would be good. And I'm saying this because my chapters do support this. They've asked me since we got elected to increase the delegates, but they said 48 also. But we're not really sure what would be And I think this is also looking at our people's money. Right now, even if elected leadership were to get a salary, instead of every month we deal with working with P-card, working with finance section, a lot of our precious limited time goes to addressing that. How can we expedite a lot of these processes to help the nation? I think we do waste a lot of time by not strategically planning and also executing some of these meetings in a timely manner. The nebit and how it you can not hashing so gets about not tahagi on ni dog at delta a coho I the day by Hansen though. So the only question I had was why 48 would a different number work. If you can just briefly respond to that. And the other part is the finance side. I know that could be ironed out, and you did just mention the LDAs might have to go away, or what will that look like? So, and then the other thing is, how do we ensure? Yesterday, when I was listening to some former leadership, they said 88 we never really got majority vote. There was always that problem where having leadership coming into council and addressing these important issues in a timely manner. And sometimes, we do start late, like today. We never start on time. And also and it seems like that's a systemic issue. Will that increase? Or what's the guarantee? And I know there's none, but what's the guarantee that leadership will show up for these council meetings also in a timely manner? There has to be some other major changes that needs to take place also. I think this is where, I myself am looking getting a personal coach to do my job, and also someone else to help me. Although there's a lot of work that has to be done, at least I'm speaking for myself, on how to be a better leader in my position and my capacity. خليت آدي الياغو نحن نهات آتكي تويل وستولي خليت آبا دنيل زندولي دي بيشج خنات زكي كت بيشتكي so دي كويجي شنانت delegate Winika, thank you كويجي دي صابين نهديت أهينين يدو كويجي كيل تيتو آدو شدنا داوس آنجشي دي لندن Mekalada Hun Zenda Koho Ahun Sodole.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. Let me move on down to Honorable Charlene So.
Yat Eshanant 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti committee members, I don't know his staff. I don't need the net that's enough the legislation bahens and the quitting should and late was a condone lay should 5 chapters be it because and in late 24 Navajo Nation Council delegates with them those lead to 48 no and with that discussion with my constituents, a great response was in favor. It has been a great experience. It has been a great run as far as advocating for my people. And it's a privilege and an opportunity that I will be forever grateful for. The 48, it was a concern at first, and considering Anita question Honorable Brown, it is quite a workload, and I do worry what if we raise it to 48. Will we see more improvement in advocacy? Jodi as far as being a delegate for 2 states, it is quite a handful. And Anita, I did miss out on 2 important votes on legislations. The Naabik'íyáti, I was participating in my Navajo Utah Commission meeting this morning. School board on as far as with the new reappropriation and the outline and the concerns, I had to be in attention in that discussion. So I worry that some of our Utah constituents if they get the full representation, it is very challenging for the state of Utah. And that collaboration and communication has been struggling to strengthen and to be very effective. And considering now we're trying to get a Utah lobbyist in to fill this position, what opportunities have we missed thus far in advocacy? In all 3 states, we consider delegates that have 5, 7, 9 chapters. They're pulled into different directions. When we have to advocate for these federal dollars, state cooperation and collaboration should be at its finest. And our LDAs do the minimal office work for us on our behalf, but it doesn't also strengthen the advocacy at the state and federal level, and it's where we're feeling a time constraint. And this year, in recognition of all the sayings and testimonies, 4 years, so it's going to fly by really quick. Your first year, you're going to realize you're entering your 4th year. And then there's that consideration again where some of my constituents approached me. How are you delegates even considering sitting in a 4-year term? 4 years is enough to only get situated and to learn the policies and to learn the procedures and to get well accustomed into your position. By the time your 4th year is here, you're either going to be voted out and then your projects will be halted again in hopes that the next administration is going to take over and some of it stalls. And that's one of my major concerns as delegates. Some of us have these projects that we have been pushing since year 1, 2, and this past year. And what's going to happen now? Who is going to take this on? How is this outline going to be made again for the next administration? I don't know. If we're lucky, if we decide to take on this capacity again, we will run again to finish our agenda. But when we have another delegate to help us within our regions and districts, I think that will be a favorable outcome in turn as far as achieving our agendas. And the advocacy for all states, especially for our Utah state, we have constituents there that feel like they're left out of Navajo Nation discussion. That's what I really want us to pay attention to, is the people that feel left out. Are they getting the proper representation? I sit on many committees and subcommittees, and for me to travel to all 3 state capitals to advocate, it does pretty much wear on you. And, I can only think about my other delegates, my other colleagues. So I am in favor of this legislation. I in response to what my constituents shared with me. And right now, even considering 4-year terms, what is that looking like for us? 4 years is not enough. That is one discussion that I hope to have again with my constituents in my district. And, you know, I really hope that my colleagues will support this. I think that it will pretty much lessen the workload again for some of us. I know that certain selected delegates make the trip to Washington, and I thank them for that effort and that initiative on their part, especially during a pandemic, to put your health at jeopardy to travel. It's just one that we have to do as delegates. It's within our job description. But with so much that is happening, so many of us advocate for missing and murdered Indigenous women and federal funding for the public safety, health, education, veterans. It's a responsibility that lies within us. And sometimes, you know, we face criticism on a daily basis. We're well aware of that. We face that every day. And I wish our constituents would pretty much understand and try to learn our position and the daily objectives and the daily agendas that we have to pursue. It would be easy just to be in one setting, to be on one meeting, but it doesn't happen most of the time for us when we are on different committees. We have different important issues within different meetings. Chapter officials, chapters, and when you hear that, it's like salt in a wound, you know, because you know you're working hard, you're trying to do as best, the most you can. And I speak in the sense because, like yesterday, even when we were in Naabik'íyáti, I managed to deliver 2 truckloads of firewood to 2 of my elders. You know, we try to make ourselves visible and present, but our people do not understand the mental strength that it requires. And then that wearies us physically and mentally, emotionally and spiritually. You have to have that utmost strength and capability and dedication to fulfill this position. 48 I do support it. I've been very adamant in listening to this discussion with my constituents. And thank you, Shiyaj, Edith, Honorable Wanika, Nihitashin Solosigi. My fellow colleagues, Naabik'íyáti committee members. Honorable Chairman Damon.
Thank you very much. Let me go on to Honorable Stewart, because I don't think there's any questions yet. Honorable Stewart.
Question, Select Chairman, so Speaker, Mr. Wanika, legislation, so it's got on his staff and then get out and colleagues and kind of get so yacht a then I'll go kitchen. Though it's not again from this afternoon. Yacht a call. This legislation again for the increase in quorum. They need and they get all by your day. Ecuador Hashin Sago Aya. It's just Charles Newton, Chairwoman Charles Newton get hard to add another question. It's just there are different points that make sense. All of the Chicago A9 Obantanada case. Okay, she quite a she did the number 48 again. Just like the chapters again the Queen Land we get that the Yabakati Kata. Joshua Quinst or Dino within less than 30 miles radius from my home. I quit a condition mark from one part of the Eastern Agency to the other part. Good days, either you I quit. Oh, she I argue she hot it simply to put two, maybe one more over there again. I quit. Oh, she ain't drunk the list. Joe, you had a see a little based on Linigi, be ohiki, be ohnik lehiki. The shortfall that we have in here revenues, but all into the Kodogi as though he niche na as lagi as though I need a queen land and he na lehinde a job button linigi ni epa di ne but hadi ka but ani kid. I just lay 10 o'clock on lay midnight. Na see task and I just on here when they in this. Yet what done his all was that. And the Kodogi area, the different tasks that we do as delegates, under the clinic, as though are such a band, synonymous case, the our queen, the harsh and the kiddigi, a hard shot. I need the Facebook and litigation at the only time that we see an increase in our chapters is when it comes to scholarship. They litigate the chapter. I say education enrichment program, because it's not a scholarship. Okay, that's the only time we see it. That's the only time I see it too. But other than that, on the other months within the year, then all the regulars, the elders, and then those community members that are dedicated to their community, to make quorum, even through the hybrid system now that we do. When you go in there and you get to recognize these numbers and these voices, the same ones that were sitting in those chapter meetings. You hardly hear the other ones coming out. Kodogi education and Linigi to educate others on the Navajo Nation government. To a Kodogi a chapter employment PEP de Linigi a I always ask the chapters find one or two as a delegate for the communities. LDA you can't know what dole. But Bahazan dole. Hala e Kodona nation Linigi it's not just in the chambers, it's not just attending meetings, it's actually meeting with the community members. Bashes, the post office, and you get to know them, you get to see where they come from, you get to understand them. She delivered wood. From here, we deliver wood, we take groceries out there, we check on them, water, which are holidays, to help them out the best way that we can with our chapters and our PEP workers. I think that number, should be looked at again. Where is it going to really benefit the chapters? Just to say 48, or to even say a higher number. That's one thing that I think we as delegates, this past year we did our 10-year census. We talked about Arizona and New Mexico about redistricting. Actually, I thought it's going to go into those areas. How are we going to educate Chairwoman Charles? How are we going to educate these community members? To tell them that this is going to happen. Should this happen, this is how it's going to affect you. With my chapters, I have, like I said, there's 4 of them. I thought we lie in 2 states, Arizona and New Mexico. Then I have 1 chapter that has 3 counties. So to see how is it going to affect the redistricting, how is it going to affect that. Even when it was reduced to now the 24 council, although where were the legislations, where were the amendments to say the for the 24 council delegates, this is what you're allowed to do with the chapters. Because when you take care of multi-chapters, it's not defined if you can assist with a vote or if you can even be counted as a vote on those other chapters. It's up to the chapter leadership if they wish to ask you to go ahead and count your vote. You just do your report and then that's it. So, I think all these areas to be looked at too as this legislation continues. I think these are just for the record, and then you get to make sure that those individuals listening to us today, to give my input and my feedback, that maybe 48 isn't the number. Maybe we need to look at it again to see what we're going to look at. This is just the beginning part of it, though. And we always say, legislations are a living part of our Navajo Nation government. So with that in mind, I think we need to be flexible in that way to say that this is the only areas that we're gonna continue to look at and explore. Chairman, thank you.
Delegate James with the comment.
Thank you very much. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, the word speaker, around the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, around the people that are on the line, around share with the legislation in Salvador, delegate Naabik'íyáti. I think I mentioned this before. I need it's our duty to change laws and amend laws and in legislatures. There's a certain reasons and to bring on it all for that when you get the intent of it for that we do that. So this is one of them, that happened. Called reduce congestion. But to make it, I guess, to make the government work, this is pertaining to government, legislative part of it, because large that's what we're doing again. Called to make a point, I guess, to the people, to the young people, to make that point, to make a history of a Navajo Nation government. What happened from this government change? 110 the chapters in the other than that there was 88 delegates. Okay, about 18 with the people in the reduce it. Early part of the yesterday voters right other than here now is the election part of it. That's one thing that happens. This is one thing other about home that we do this the way we operate this government. To make it really clear, though, to make it just there's nothing today. What's the most important thing that we need to do discuss with this the government that we have to make what is our government effective? Is it sufficient to address some of these issues that we have today? This most important thing today is to look at that. Is that what we're addressing today? If there was with this corn reduction, through that there was a guidelines, and also there was a part of that laws and rules that were applied to that is to reduce the corn because of this pandemic. And then also it went down to the agenda. Make sure this agenda is part of that is that's relating to COVID. But I didn't get agenda today is how the throughout the reservation chapters now. But today could have been energy national is just part of it. This is one of the main reasons why we wanted to increase this the body of 24 to 48. But is this part of it? Or just because that that people were not really notified that I thought that could be the English. Other old that does the Jamaica through the sun, so you could do on that. Not a Johanna and this also say, also by nothing. So say, how can we make this a government effective today? You just creating what what we have today, the net that the corner being infected. The issue about us, on the in my area. So today, Dalcon chapter closed another year because two staff got infected. But they're still trash. I told her yesterday another year. We're partly open, but they seen another hotline today and yesterday. So they hired another employee to do that. So we're doing what we can to do that. Still do that. So we can't now. That's what we're. I guess the most important thing today is to how can we recover from this? Ben here now. So is this part of it? Goes with that. Is not eat to do that. How will it work? How is this? Is it going to be more effective? What else by yield teaching? How it can be effective? We had to put this at this to educate the people. We can streamline the seat initially. It has to go through the executive branch. How they can make those direct service as quickly as possible. It could initially how do we do that? Or don't make what is 48 will do that. The initially with the action has to even now, I've seen this. I mentioned this before, but I don't see any kind of a streamline or any kind of attachment to this that the pros and cons of this Ben on the still hot at then after you say that go but it would I so even today up to today now then he been understood the heat outdoor how it's going to work. This 48 is it going to be more effective and is it going to be more we can have the efficient operation of a Navajo Nation government, especially with this how emergency situation. And then also the how we're going to be streamlining this 5-year project plan that was put in place. Is so all these so maybe like I mentioned the history. As you that senior deep in the hot even in the hot none of me no that I will understand it all this and then also how long is it going to take? What's the first thing that we need to do? So indeed I need 48 years. How long is it going to take to change all these laws again? I know that we're going to put it into referendum vote. People will. We should be more. If we want to do something, change. We should put more data in it, put more statistic in it. Yeah, to educate the people deep in the no. In the midst of this, the Senate and here in the whole see even as one case go. So in some cases, so they share work or idea. The net of Eastern in around the day, Nana Hagi that even the yet of a net has been go. What are none of the words that are here on the net, the particle, Honana Nature. Even the yes, Hola to done. You quite a base ones on the banana in our is in yes, or done. They want a reason, they want some plan to see it. But you see that they next in the eat art, even yet, or another about so it I one case that's the word out here. What it is I don't the Hazana not best is that best art in Nina which another delay so now that no hot look so in the equity based ones until now you need to have some answers at least. What are the Yadat Kiki and so your part then on such case so say where inch K don't the gene the part then the whole it is my concern go say where so it is double that is still down speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gay. That I'm going down. Honorable Jamila here.
Good afternoon, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, Share, Orokan Hill, Kiso Paniyati, Haro Share, Speaker of Navajo Nation Council, Speaker Team, and Share, on the Shanat Ani, Honorable Addison J. Wanika, Share, bring this legislation 0251-21. 48 or ni to de ni ko she ya ko pa ta so ziki she shmaya Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton don the shmaya Charlene So Honorable Charlene So here and the Nate Brown to Nasser Honorable Wilson Stewart Kodoya Ayo na islaron takis yoban takis what adida na kigonas shedida 48 hanenige ya auto short 8 hato was pahato le 48 council. Tora 8 yata. Healthy a banana a bit or you lay best a bit not the personal positions. A coco di Huliago is not nillo. He operating expense from 2,000 series to 700,000 series to capital expenditures had to be on be card or le scrutinized. I don't need a quickie. They on sheep or le. But not a quadrant peso or yun hahin day. Jay just chamber not a people peso. As he long here, you shoshin the a day RGA than RGA. The co autoship and such case. Na kila ni niloyat 8 or listen that the 48 to 36. 36 is at 12 council class and not the 48 is 24 council class and not the good ego. It should not nil has John B. Sado. A queen lady peso revenue projections at others, but not failed a project on young such case. In national not nana when they like need the hatney. Of course, it's going to cost them layoff what the deal in Hazol ya biga. The LDA because none is still 48 24 car. The non-NATO 24 or 36 12 LDA. These are job on 6 cases of share hotel and such case either. The way have George and that's on consonants at us. So, the way Tuba City and Strelia Halia honorable also Asaya Halia a Konasabab Tabanana chapter house of Babanana Zobiga. So Tito Hotel Shipra just Mayas Asaya Halia Air Tabanana Zobiga chapter. None in the way to but what finds it all Hayuya Halia Sicily. Besides one dot higher, now Halia got Dina Handan. Nana Crown Point, BK non Honorable Freeland, A. Sladia, Halians, big populations. Hotel, Chinley, just silly, Chinaya, Jane, the Honorable Jane So. Asaya, Halia, 8-1 banana to a bigger chapter. So did the nego yahata jita, the apiyata haka. It doesn't make difference between Chinley chapter and Black Mesa chapter. Black Mesa chapter got this gender. That's Nash Kasin that Nada you see Yale cut. But Ena Basa has no a Tino or that Tino. So it cannot say as in dust the direct out then. Ayata Shako Ebe National. Ebe Atalia and Zendo Legend Sortition. Okoyo and the hot Delia does in the comparison, how much are we going to operating expenditures? That is very important. I don't see case a lot though. Nikin case now has odd. Oh, how you chapter meeting about the planning meeting. Other regular chapter meeting about the agency councilman, just a regional council meeting that is though. I don't the grading meeting that is though. Oh, how you say the way could you let me say a report? Santa has seen me in Aja. Could oh, yeah, say, could oh, it has all that's a deal that one arrow the expenditure plan has all. You not know yet, take only. Say, as I call the cut the big guns and say, I call her. So say, I slept my husband. These are my chapters are for a port. So the highway don't dash lays at then. I could end the ash car or without 24 councilmen. These are the opinion only hard roger 18 to Lishabel Shalat as was me. So the Yoba Hens and the next Hens. A crepe fish car was all with us about Pinion. Lay black message on about 40 miles. Pinion, the way which 8 only hard roger 20 miles. Upon the 50 miles was all was not Halandi. So, Kinigito, washboard that AAIC, you have to travel slow. Ebe or yo that also was not 15 mile out. But it look what not then. Eko ebe up teen highway nahage. Chicago Jan 24 nil and that. But here I think we did some progress got that. I don't know where in lip black mesa don't need lower crossroads net also. Out of Chicago all with that. Nothing think a star Chicago Jane the share. I put in already see on the Chicago not J. They gave me some money. Inch Kenneth Santa so share 1,400,000 some odd thousand. If Chicago not taking that inch kid to add on to that particular project, money was already available to. It was hints. We did some progress, but there's 24 and they could not continue to use it and now the children in the schools all trying 9 miles, but how we are the team. Those are the shown the hey, Diego is not the hot then. Toby got an island and they what that teeny they call a wash audit teeny in 20 long. There's no way around to get to the chapters of then. So it's about an hour to the yo, it's a big wash. Hey, earnings quotation and so the I'd like to see if my job on CK in the 48 council and also 36 council to do a educated all of us to do a workshop between arrow. I see yo job on yet on John Akata 8 on day. What should all you chapter meeting put the sound? I don't get lead or tat in the sound that is it in there. Hanan nani that's just not that. I couldn't hit Hanasa. This the COVID not team and night on me. Those on according to call them. Only one chapter AI, you see, in the house is equipment well. They have used different kinds of call-in numbers. I just can't get on that number. What on name of wording need to be now the lawyers land like now CRGB because of there's problems up there in the corporate well. I don't know, but it's not there chapters are the best mismanaged of funds. I don't chapter a decon started this senior center that they just another administration building they just that was I think what pertains to a NHA building a decon danger oxygen as all the corporate well. I called decon yeah, on the land, 24 councilmen through a Shemayaja Honorable Gina Charles Newton. We need a building that's a jail cell. Policemen, they don't come around on time. They either come around until the next day. So I don't complain about a 24 councilman. I had the I could end the 12 the Pitanas Nelde. Yat Edonson. 48 they are as I'm looking at the budget. Because where was the budget before? That's a tissue for 28 years. I don't think we have enough revenue projections will come around to us. We have to really watch out. Otherwise, we're going to have to reduce operating expense and come bit or cut. I don't see. Oh, you on the Yati. There's a lot of chapter meeting planning and meeting and chapter meeting and club meeting. There's all kind of meetings going on. With the call with Black Mesa, just a regional, it's not us like the Hanani cut. They and how we need a councilman. I thought there's a meeting that I go through. So I see on me, but what nothing there. I don't be got on the hand. My meeting, I usually go being a committee, I attend 99.9%, and then I hardly late to be on time. Like this morning, we had two particular legislation that went through just very easy. You can't be in car J, Henio. a sponsor. I was a co-sponsor. Ako hadi peso bayas tige ben hitchen hot 48. Let's also talk about the 36 too. Jenny London dollars and she hot abansas case. Ado here a hunsaba the speaker. Doshanant adon the 110 chapters. Nikita Tidani Asani Asasi John. The Ashi hot. Chapter that by even though they have problems with mismanagement of funds that we don't want to do in the later chapter or do something. We heard our senior than Lenny and the not scholarship. Even in there's a mismanagement of funds, we forgive them to do something about it. About this thing. So once about I kind of make it to the point is my short concern and issues and for the future plans of the 48 share 36 pesos. I have a reason for it because our revenue projection is going to be very small. Even though COVID-19 impact a lot in the whole world that impact economic development, which means that our gaming committee, vice chair, urgent de peso. 50 has anga naya haki ka are aya peson ha and take to a quante it stretch our expenditures really stretch that we still owe a lot of money to these buildings to us the crucial area in the whole $192 million and we're in debt but we still need to pay off the building so as you're going to be in debt we had to pay Tira kunza on the has not honest out of me trust thank you, Speaker. Not Happy New Year. God bless each one of us. We need to take care of our government. Also, we need to look at executive branch and also judicial side. Speaker, go back on mute now.
Thank you, Honorable Yella here. We go on down. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Got bumped off the call and called in, and I'm sure if I unmuted myself. Legislation that Honorable Winika has brought forth to this body is something that I have concerns on, but again, it don't hurt to give this proposal to the Navajo people in the form of referendum. And that way they can practice something that could, so they could participate in legislating certain aspects inside the tribal law or inside the tribal code. Many years ago, under the Shirley administration, due to the spat of the executive branch and the legislative branch not working with each other and not working together, the executive branch moved forth to reduce the council through a petition. And when Nika spoke about how it was done, and these numbers were not met. They were shy of 2,000 petition signature, and they were shy of so many thousand votes. But the Navajo Nation court stepped in to say no, it's the population, and the law clearly states that
it's not a popular vote. Should be to what the law says, because the judicial branch is not a body to make. Their job is not to make laws. Their job is to define the law on what the law actually says. I believe that that decision that created the current 24 council delegate, the legislative districts, and the delegate positions. And with this, Navajo people at the time wanted, the issue that was going on with the tribal council at the time was the discretionary funds. The peso no ha she even executive branch, the legislative branch, and really disagreed with what President Shirley did with his administration, and it was truly not done by law. But you have judges and chief justices appointed by the president. You clearly have a justice system that's not operating in the right manner to benefit the people. So in this case, I feel that the time the Chief Justice sided with the executive branch and, hey, we'll get on your side and we'll do this. And so as the council was reduced, the JMAT was created. What is the minimal base? Legislative districts no maps to however many alphabets there were, but the JMAT was adopted, and I believe the JMAT was the dialogue for the legislative districts. Navajo people voted for 24 delegates. And the basis of that is a population base. Have some of my colleagues say, "Oh, I'm representing 5 chapters, 7 chapters, 8 chapters, however many chapters." One. That threshold was utilizing that 8,000 population, not registered voters, 8,000 the population margin. And I clearly look at what the current process is, and the law does not say anything. Say if a community gets beyond 16,000, double the threshold of that 8,000 population margin, do they get another delegate? I think if we create laws matter where they meet a population margin, they're supported by the population, like the legislative redistricting that happened within Arizona, based off of the U.S. Census and the population. We're moving forward, and I'm gonna vote in favor of this because it's gonna give the Navajo people a chance to partake into legislating and codifying this policy into the tribal code. Whether they vote it down, whether they vote for it. That will be up to the Navajo people. Aro 66 nego a proposed nana yard out this din over on set B. Aro 36 24. Alcohol did I believe truly that representation should be based off of population, because you have communities that have the population base that are chapters. In Title 26, the minimum threshold to have a chapter is 1,000 people. Population, not registered voters. Population. That's the minimum threshold. But you know that today, that's not, it's not reality. So you have chapters that don't have that threshold. And how is that fair to a chapter that has the minimum threshold in what the law says? And I agree. And also, some chapters were grandfathered in. I think this to give this to the people and or have council vote on it and move it forward. But the legwork. What criteria do they have to meet? Because, you know, in my community of Cuba City, we have about 12. The population was about 12,000 estimated. When you Google your town, it indicates the population, and that number was based off of the latest census number. And at the time when I Googled mine, it was in 2015. They utilized the 2010 census count. If you look at the 2020 census, was accepted by Congress. When you Google your town, shows what the census workers worked. Those are our numbers. So I think, we can move forth and create this policy without giving it to the people. But this policy will allow the people to be a part of the decision. We have certain responsibilities within the tribal government. And our duties is really not at the chapters when you look at what the code says. You're not the person that's supposed to be holding a shovel. They are the executive branch. At the local level, at the local level. You're a chapter. You're supposed to bring your legwork, put your work into it also, so that the local planning is done. The local planning is done. Whether it's a funding allocation request or something that needs to be run through the committees. Title 2 tells out what the council's duty is. Our duty is the Navajo Nation government. Legislate laws to appropriate funds. And our standing committees is our duty in Navajo Nation Council. Here are times that, there's friction at the local level between the delegates and the chapter. Local governance, LGA. Locally hot. Coming back to this referendum. We don't have the population at the population increase because we have children that left, families that left into other cities. Population margin. Registered voters is different. But if you utilize the population margin, that will determine how many people live in your community 365 days a year. Those are some of my concerns. But at this time, with this legislation, whether the people votes it down or votes for it, it's done with. Revenues. COVID relief funding that came into the nation and the ARP funds that came into the nation really helped the Navajo Nation in its coffers. Some of the dollars that we utilized to mitigate COVID, we got reimbursed. COVID didn't happen this year. We, with the Navajo Nation government, would have been hurting. We would have been faced with a layoff right now. Where do we cut? But in the meantime, these revenue projections are very, very important to the nation because they support the direct services, especially the scholarships. You have scholarships being given out at the local level, at the chapter level, and you have the Navajo Nation. And to me, that's a nakinanish. What's happening? I think the Navajo Nation government is burning money areas where we're duplicating work. We have to find an efficient way to try to ease those things up so that we can free up money to put where monies are really needed. Those are in those populated regions. And schools, hospitals, fire stations, existing police stations, court buildings, tribal buildings that provide those direct services. Hey, what's up? If I were going to the poll to vote on this right now at a primary election or a general election, I would vote no. Because our duties are clearly spelled out. And our job is not at the local level, Washington, at the state level, at the committee levels. That's where our work is at. Ado le kanas le hanato haja at ad etika pohot atik anat ahatia ade bahatia ade huit be nasta shtig akute ahatet ego even na what avenash. I always tell my chapter, when you look at one nest is a report, it only allows me 5 minutes to report. I don't have the local voting power there at the local level because chapter officials or that certified chapter is in command of that chapter there, which is in its boundary on its planning, in its decision making, in all aspects. Improve the livelihood or the social issues to improve the economy, the economic development, and community development. So, executive branch basında acı bir sayı ne söyleyecek? İnsanlar ne da ne de hazırla değil da logo economic development go da huil na ato hiç na ne da. So these programs don't really consultate the chapter willingly. We have to step in as delegates and get these programs to get to our chapters. I like what Honorable Mark Freeland did a couple of weeks ago. He had to reach out to the programs and bring them all into one area here at Twin Arrows. These direct services, they should already be working with the chapters directly. This representation of increasing the council should be solidly based off of population. And then people move into large communities for a reason. Maybe there's housing opportunities. Maybe there's economic opportunities. Non-nishtahallo. As they in yedebekindahas Olskapekindahas You have these large communities, and I always tell my chapter, my job is to continue to build Tuba City. I did not plan Tuba City. Tuba City do bohda ada. Atashi dedes kidan twiya yani sita these kids. Bala olskando afka alla bohnetsa tkohalla. Ebek lego the Naabik'íyáti bakal olska das nis. Gozeis and das nis. Na yabaho wanani nis. For that local economy. There's other smaller communities that's ready to break off so that they don't have to rely on the larger communities such as Cameron. I always say if you build a grocery store in Cameron and you build a bank in Cameron, Arizona, that community will be sustainable. Ape ajit nakinal so the hala ya da tan da hallo ya ba ho ganas nis da so ba khat na os khatnas nis. Kenyan is another area. If you put a bank there, I guarantee you they won't be going to Chinle, Arizona to do their banking or other things. So our job is to try to build these communities, and based off of the increase of the council, population, let's give it to the people. Let's have them be a part of the legislative process to codify this into the law, whether they vote it down or not. If they vote it down, we're still at 24. Oh, what up? And you know, yeah, I don't. I saw in the Shanant. In the AO, the Naabik'íyáti, on the Ade, in 2 weeks kiss. So, yeah, Aiden, Yaki, get on there, the Anin. Ego gosh, Ego gosh. You have 24 different views to this legislation. So, it all, I can't nature how all the years, you know, you have to look at how will this improve the livelihood of our Navajo citizens. Later, who has other ego go other. This one's not what ya ego goes one in the has other. In Nayat eho, in Nanda he does not, in Nache. Eho in seas kiss. And there is in Tuya, what I yadaski. Tuya yadaski, Casadago, is a son, and then. And there is. Irat ego yan sidaski, so yan yadaski, na hatash easy. Alay nedoski, okay. One nas nedonda has adoski hosteda. Oh, what up, and it's a hasation and Roba, yes, so, so, for a mute speaker, yeah.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, if you're just joining us, or been with us, we are on legislation 0251-21, motion by Honorable Jimmy L. Harris, second by Honorable Paul Begay, sponsors by Honorable Edison Winika. That, colleagues, we've been debating this legislation for exactly 2 hours now. Let me go back to Mr. Winika if he has any comments. I know there's just been comments, but I don't know, Mr. Winika, when we come back to you, or you want me to continue? Right.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of Naabik'íyáti Committee. I appreciate the comments and the questions. The legislation get to increase the council from 24 to 48. The delegates to that on so Kodogan that this question came from Honorable Delegate Brown, and he says he supports this legislation, and I really appreciate that. But the question he has is about the 48. It's kind of ironic that he asked that question because he's the one that's always talking about our traditional ways. And this is kind of really interesting to me because the reason why I'm saying it is when I presented the 7 numbers to the people, each of those numbers were recommendation from the people. And there's one a practitioner, Hatashin Long, the late Daniel Chini, Shania. And I didn't have that number at the time, but now she didn't need. He 48 guys, yeah, in so Haban's case, Tonaban's case, Ivanant owns it no. Because it or open tradition. At times, or it have been no need only. The Shukuraban's case, oh, yeah, they got 88 again, 7 I dash kid. Ishman Yeti 88 has it out a Ishman Nash back with the net or less no. Has it out a at that L. Hota Ibn Nash a Hanna Pahano, no. 80 is what that's it no. That's a sin because the prior number was 72. Other than that, Ibn Nash went to 88 reapportioned Eliao. Everything don't answer Bija as kid, but no. Joko, 8 own numbers get a nasset, the get 80 at the nail no. Before the 80 get the nature numbers a key and taken lit for the Zanad late at now is the 48 at edit the nature numbers so any at the pay at it as a snail. As it 8 or late 48 at how. Adi in the hot out bahos no. John Dolly she didn't need. A Codelke Brown a hot out. She the neck at a hot out or egg isis bahos and the neighbor Yanskio hot out has Twido Sunny Bata Hansen law by Yanski. Hot out and I didn't get a shade yen hot yen stahotolne. I really appreciate that, and that's the way I felt when the late Daniel Deschini came to me and told me about that 48. So, it would have been not a hardest Delegate Brown here. I don't the Honorable Charlene So. I wish most of the delegates did what you did, and I think that's very important going to the constituents. I went to 2 of the chapters in your area when I was collecting signatures. They were very supportive, and at OU, how they attached here. When I went into the chapter meeting, the petitions started going through budget law. Hardly anybody didn't sign. Almost every one of them signed the petition. In this case with Ani, when you present it to the people, they'll tell you exactly where they stand. So I really appreciate you supporting this document, and I think the people will let us know if they truly support this. But based on the numbers that was given from government development, it seems like the majority are wanting to increase the council. And there's no question the people will have the final say. And on Eden, we really get criticized. Even though I only have 2 chapters in the Equita, sometimes I'm not able to get to both of the meetings. Sometimes I don't make, sometimes I miss one planning or sometimes a chapter meeting. And there's no question I get criticized for that. Because even though you think that I don't have that many chapters, and it's the amount of work that we have to do, and I think that's the major reason that increasing to 48 will help us in that respect. Of course, yeah, by Henson, I don't the Honorable Wilson Stewart. Your concerns also about 48, and to some extent I answered that, and there might have been a different number, but when I put that 7 numbers before the people, I was really surprised too. And Honorable Otto So is right. When I presented the 7 numbers, I was really surprised. In the primary, the highest vote getter was 88 and 24, and that was just right at the time of what had happened with the discretionary funds. And the people were really upset with the delegates. And I think that's the reason why majority of them, because I said it passed by 2 to 1. And they just wanted to almost practically do away with the delegates. Because of the issues that was before the nation, I don't know if that was the wrong time to present that, but it wasn't planned that way. It just, the discretionary funds just happened at that time, and the people just really voted down the Navajo Nation Council, even though it didn't pass. Still, when the Shirley administration went in, he said that was the choice of the people. So, need the education, the indicate, like I said, that's going to be to the election administration. They will educate the people what's on the ballot again. So Honorable Stewart, the Honorable Elmer Begay, Kurobayansky get on the reduction of the quorum, then esto yo satos petit no satos benina di kut abanate because this started way before COVID. Like I said, I was wanting to present this to the people the first year that we were in office as the 24 council again. But because of the possible complaint that was going to be filed, and when the geez, the Kodai to Ashwon the Saline. And one of the most important things is that we need to recover from what we're going through. So that should be our main objective to know. In the process of going through the recovery, doesn't mean that we just put everything just at a standstill. We need to continue to do all that we can to respond to the needs of the people and the concerns of the people. And that's the reason why I started pushing this, because it was a concern that the drastic reduction from 88 to 24 get Albany now. So, and finally, it's before us. So, but I really appreciate your comments. I want the Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair. And I think to an extent, I answered the question. The 36 and then again, the numbers again on the adequacy. They said one of the numbers I heard was what Honorable Otto was saying, 66. They don't need the person that does the apportionment for us, Larry Rogers. I did some research on it, and the best number will be 66. No, I don't even know. I don't know. You're saying 36. 36 again. But the main thing you're saying is the cost again. I need the cost again. Yeah, we have to address that. But never see how they'll decide. They might vote it down. Okay, we just have to continue with 24. But I need 48 at that time. We have to look at the cost again. Because I need you talk about chapter planning, grazing, review board, and all those other meetings at the local level. And I think Delegate Otto in general, this case. We copied the United States government. Their local government, they leave it as is. We don't see now U.S. senators over here participating in county meetings and all that. The responsibility at the national level. Here we copied the federal government. And then when the Local Governance Act was approved by the people, they gave the local government to the local leaders. Before that, Navajo Nation Council used to supervise the community development worker. That was taken away from them. And we are not a part of Title 26. Navajo Nation Council. Prior to that, they supervised the election staff. All the meetings at the local level belongs to the chapter. I don't know whatever proposals they have ready to be approved by the council or whatever. I think sometimes we really spend more time at the chapters where we should be involved with the county, the state, and the federal government, and then at the national level as far as our own government is concerned. The levels of government and get the work session. Also, I appreciate a lot of the things that you said in reference to, you talk about population. It should be by population to know. I thought about that too, because the main thing you talk about is as far as apportionment and redistricting. Redistricting now, it's really size based on population. But if we go to redistrict either go then we have to come up with to establish councilman districts. 8 district 24 district it's not based on every district either. We have apportionment. But if we was going to do redistricting go then we'll look at the districts of the councilmen. I don't by the neighboring districts, if there's a growth in the population, out of the 2 or 3 districts, if the population has grown, we might be able to establish another district. So those are those are some of the laws to amend but they don't reapportionment like 88 let me go back. When there were 72 delegates, there was a reapportionment done, and they realized that they needed to add more delegates. There's supposed to be, I can't remember, every 7 years or every 10 years, there's supposed to be a reapportionment done for the Navajo Nation Council. Population maybe we need to add more districts. Redistricting and any report and engagement that's it. We'll be able to maybe make changes in the law so or the population growth. We can look at it more on the basis of the growth in these districts. We won't look at the whole council at the same time. We'll look at the growth in the districts. Increase it all. So I just really hope that we just give this to the people. It's just for 80 law, then we have to address it. I didn't put Halit out the deal, the base of when I lap out on the city needle. Our 24 way, we'll just keep on going the where we're going right now. A co credit over now, just to give it to the people. A co here, could own the idols, Kidido, comments at that sage, when so any not state only.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wanika. That we go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Vince James in the queue. Honorable James, floor is yours.
Speaker. Ado Kahasing not Naabik'íyáti committee. Ado the whole district. I don't need the net that is Agi. Kodo yard is the dish. Kodo Shanale Shaha Honorable Edison Unika. Are there a non suspect? Okay, so they don't know it. What are the you need to go? Need that on source. I don't the ABs to go to the baseball undone the Niki. Banana don't cut out a car. Ado Nana, the quick or she had a guitar. They has Arnie. They know the AA behind the Dobe Dobe is Shan and Nahu. Ako Abic AA Kodoba na the Skidole. Be a large AA ya Kododan be ke as do na do ni hinat ella e sa lately cotton as ne listen ne loco that ella di sabe no hobit I sabe non so be okay diki be ke is supporting resolution jokot yini jo ba aponi center ako ya kwaiki be hozen ado la be kesi zin ko ado la be ya nzelo ayosen benache kodo show hey dia hit hot nas nelet ye ke ni kai jokot donan ada ako kwaigi ba na adish kidolis la height out di partners nelit ne di Naabik'íyáti ni hot zo has anila height adon chita hayos la jokot akikna anneshwali do be kotona ani chilling go be sato had sile do be nache is the sile do be the nache into kase the beat on hit in the end case nahane kode asad nothing do ba on na partners ne listen ne liga ye kate kai do kode not so ad ye landa is legi ko beta hasko akoko jeni go put out adole do na kin ligo ban sa case ako kwai ba na dish kidole ako ado hana large sheet kodo government development base of the kwil ado bande ako kwai gi la hit ado yen hika je de la ado yen hika el de la ajla has aniki la benat ata hollo sto halet hodo partners nelo adon hata to kaitala the code sheszen do pan this case ko orders in hate start orders o skins osa orle the eat need out consent agenda the nobody ne kai orders ko skins hono ko orders aj etal ako a large bahna kidole the supporting resolution from all the 110 chapters halit bahat den la jokot kwaike bahna kidole nana na kikone ato na shite kitle dash had doli ako kodan hito niko de na din odo aliago did out the hotoni did out doli did out a ken the nota da hat nego yadati the sto to annesta la the sto bohone zada la so did out basic yati in leko a kwaiki has aniki a sto na kikone bahna so that's height hat la at doli la ajati de disting doba se pi aje besma sa analiande ha ekis doli ako anil ko besma sa anni blini benje yati ako de chaga hotland de hinaka aje shita haso kai ni hede ni go benje yati le ha ekila tik a kodon hitato nano so ha is doli tik at ati ninit kot yel ti aponati ni doli hot ba yana nil ki doli shati ha shi kwaigi di ba da di ati da kon ni ako such dan hinit danit doli ata asquashinde ha shi dan hinil doli dan hito ni nan hit ni doli ebeni na dishne hat egis doli Redala height di na hat has ani ni heten na pa ha ki la e do li ti ajata konalia this thing do ba se pi je na lia da se e up na je asho lego the net eda so be hata is it do li basically chi be hata it do li so ken sen na li da se to be hata le do li kon chwa da se da Seda la height has ani do lisla jodi isha sa zindo binasha de kidney le ako the quid she announced aho ban sistis ala ani da nila di kodosha has twisted ya kunzen shalaj dai shalaj and da kai dort is up the slada hosen Leda and nis and at the quid the she and does could has twiddle sign and does lay ya ako danzen o that ohne not on it on no limit or than he cheat and legit and yard na hato it's legit then done he cheat take it out ya akon ni she na what are you not this kid so that's right he a dolly so that you the na Leda is shot and the hoshi cut out a dog, cut out a lia, dick a hot out a lia, deep has honest a hot out a lia, dick quite and hot as a hot out a lia, dick cut on ne, Adan hit out ne, net dick at Conrad, and his water, don't the shifia each of ya eat it, that on the toshifia eat leader. Of course, it a hot eggy a dolly. Na so did the Bernard so send it all cut out over K or cut a hot had a tika. No, a hot street of sunny, so large and that kind, he large and that kind. Partners, the little cut the shaggy hot yes, ya dust here. Ha Hoshina had that the nail trust, beat on hot and lift it on, not any better, Nello. Not in those links of how she conan had at the Nolchan. A zeal and Bohonet Zandladen, a zeal than Sagi that a hit out Naznali, Niheta Holo, she that what Abe had is still at then at the Ahot Nihit has at the Hot Yika. Of course, the height a hit it or lift it out a sad not leco. Kotobe bench a hadis the door hit not station hadith hiki ado in the eben nacha naho should the nebna hashnet do list. Those that she that is those that she could a dungeon stoko. Oko a quaggy a shizazido Diego bahna this kid. Adonana ta on the egi a store. Either ni either this thing over say be a lia coco. Be partners Nelita sit cut ya at response on and no sheniki. Ada sit hot abik in us dot into list. Edo that is another hot need to list. So that quaggy Jono of Hinata no partners Nelle deep and yet hatoha. Dan no, not an elsteno, deep in his the honana beshpans, and the banana nel, ado hanna hotoltis. Adola, hinata the nilti, halet edo lesla, dito quaggy yego, benashete kitako. Na hot nas nel, beshpans, and it asa, yet hatavahiki. Edat, aldas, and not kitas a kedolis. Na kitas it asa. Partners in the league, it does ain't no list. Nihe Koje, been a natch, a dash net door, a slut partners in the leopard had the sha, a con the quaggy, a slut but had the naho. Cat na nate zow, the ace hot slow, because a dog ain't no list. I don't legit and legit dot 2x6, partners nel dancer. Then the league arched a side, it does ain't partners. Naki base and that's a kedo list. Ela quite in the lato job and his was net. Hato job and his after. A quaggy lat bohonet zone, ben hita so na so so big in dash ti put to neo la ayat to le se akon de wa to na dan hi o ti na so den le de be elia ko ti ada hata si ne lo ti sha ta to non hi che ko de to le da na dan hi to ni do le si no ti si si de na ye si che ya ki to hot ko do ba na dis ki ko la khait to na jo do tra na atikit leniki hollo do si nat nana ti kon na aniki benest to lehiki yatik ates pasa ane as ana nel do as anan hit ne so as anta ta na si ta ko RDC Budget and Finance ado HESI Law and Order Committee ako kwaki ti base pasa ane ana nel ko jibik isito the is got the connect to list is got kwaki ata so to list khaydi kwaki na test to list khaydi kwaki bes na to list that na so ka se it on dash sha and dash in the hashit in the ba hatten nan let the hashit on let ogo be da hodon ne sikin da hosni hobana khay don the asanal so be liao don the san hit kotas ida or chapter or computer equipment that don't know or base or das de hodon the coordinate source ni hitata nita don the big at the show quaking hit kotas set akoko la quaking the bahana hatten quagi has anila hit out ya do nita sa hosit out not neta ashit and it's ho ya sa hot out those nit jo quagi do ba na atikit ako de ba hosna o be hana ho Dina sos ba hatten ado be istan hotos ni so be na che to seki an his zeta hard link ko don hapo honet zada joti be special ya tin le ko ayo sich anda has ke ti na nel sa na at le ho na stao sa ten sa na da so ti so da di sa len na che hadin na se da ni hit ni ko ben hi che ya tin de da wo le be ya da ni ko benin na kwaki yo an kolzen an kol ogo hot abe ya ti bes istan el ego ko do okot ashin saji hot aben hi ya ti da dole out the dot an leti ni hi ya ti da dole akonde da det hinanes il so sa din chont da ya be gonna and that see ni she yars away such than hit that no hot she hit dan lenin hadan hot yin hit hada zinde that was a be yet I need hot hunzate in hinanes is naton hinanes til quite baseball underneath blanco ako hot tin ko na des kitole nalo that saw de de ya basically hadi the hopen na na ho han ya na ado ben na sto kodo na sato na at the soni gato at the so hot hit the nap is istan is sleeping so in the snako do na hashka so in the snedo don't the sneho at the snedo had ti khalate ya ben kha ti so kodo ben na shitiki so that ya quite additional ko hot na des kitole sto ha nana hot shana hot to kot sa leniki ben hit hanana street dole yen hit the hollow dole ha la.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. That moving on down, Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Kodota. I was muted. Kodota, Kodota, Mr. Speaker. I think that Kodota, Naabik'íyáti committee members must send a Kodota response on. I don't think that Kodota not so sped okay, not so sped than how did I. Don't hit down the source. Even national Kodo, Ban Yes, Tito, Ban Ideal Kit, Ada Kodo, a Shad Kodo, Shinala, Delegate Winika, Kodo, not for Kodo Gitamin, Kodo. Lago E Bahada is 3, Lago Bahada is 3, a Coco, Oado, Bahades in Senegal, I die at 3 ho. Adonana Kodo on the machine Kodo. Zudash Kodo not for Banet Degi. Legislation Hatatel Negi. They Kodo as Ani Atal Net or base of the Dao Kedo Hona. Base of the Geta Net, Jeta Net Deo. The Kodo had the Yagi Hona to had the Egita machine Kodo. For your so about this Kodo. Grade 24 to 48. I did a car. I did a car. A crazy day, yes, it was the Akodo. Adonana Kodo. Grade 24 to 48. Eliana population again. Itale Hane land and Soiban Saski. Adonana Kodo. Registered voters again at the chapter level. At all the 110 chapters, how many registered voters are there? I know it's up there. She got the rate last year. What it cares at $8. I don't know hardship. Oh, you the registered at the Ila. The conhashim Sunday and dark cloud. A registered the Ila. A base of Saint Labet. Which is what that's. I don't know Kodo this thing Nana and the that they're getting registered Kodo. I think the great ARPA funds hardship Labena, but Lana see plenty then Mexico. La the senior registered days con hardship the same dark the same Kodo had that let or Nana or that echo Arosan Khan not a house, Nako. A quake about ban, but case or data when they made it to 24, 88 to 24 Liada. I know the numbers. I see it the population again. I don't know like for one of my chapters what they call population is it's up there. I call about the size of Tuba City. You one delegate maybe that's I don't know about the delegate region again. 4 chapters that represent these 5 chapters, 8 chapters represented the not Lenigi. So Craigie Bebenes I don't know Quato Narrate K Hot Ekido Benesh. So Narrate before the pandemic, Narrate when we had in-person meetings at Narrate chapter meetings, chapter meetings that day, or planning meetings. From one of my chapters, I don't know until they go into another chapter. 2 hours drive. So the truck 18, how long I asked but it takes close to 2 hours to get to that chapter. It would have been nice on this legislation if there had some other numbers like 24, 48, 55, 88, 110 that have called.
what actually the bonnet land echo, I don't know what pros and cons, the Bacaya did 8 on it, 48 and the Yago, these are the pros, these are the cons, so I got the Bacaya. Out of same with 55, 88, 110. 110 delegates, as we hate it or less. At the same time, we think about based on the so Kokadona Gaidam, non Slatamed to the based on the Hoyekat. After we spend all these ARPA funds, or seeing the Harale based on the deed, no, see, at the Nake, or the state. So, even this case, I'm thinking about years down the road, could a lot of or less. Harale peso, not the deed, also could be could on a 48 El Yago. Harale peso Bashido, so that upon this case, Adonana Kodo, Navajo government development, Ajuda Inish, a Coco Eda Bahasa, Nenegita, Bahasago. What I need to report an ancient decade or update it as meta, deep in business or neither. A Coco AIC Quagish, this alcohol, a corner Khalid again Dash Islam for your theatre, Navajo government development theatre. I don't know though a piece of Ande yet. According to Adana in the radar, one arrows there, with one of my chapters. Edo Yayaspi, regionalization Yayaspi. So, I call based on Daisy, they not ego store. A coco on the radar, that in nation radar chapter administration. Is it about time that we oversee the senior centers? Is it about time that we oversee the preschool agitated Janoya Yahadrita? So that ego that Khalid 11 for Navajo government development. Ilay Nad Nislan for the Baban, this case or Kadida. The Coco Ludo, you go night kid about this legislation. Actually made the bananas, bananas eat or late, which are these niche. Narrate that 2026 is a bacana, necessity. Other bananas eat or late or a banana or less. 2026 is a hot, 8 or less. A bantas cake of Bessola, a had a nadi or less and from bantas cake ago. According to be quite national, our Yana Dosne. So, where are those Vesta? Area Nada is there, but basically had a land that it after this for 48 El Yago. So that about this case of Adonana T. in a great I see them public education. So if she's like you been given to her net or this called the Nebel Eastern or Nation. The referendum is now. Ben on 10 on this. But the 48 a ben on 10 on this. I 80 a number, but 2 weeks, ne? I call Halano, and that did even yeah or art did 48 and yeah or art. I call Haji Danes and Hoya, Yahuna or Nick Fesma, Anna, Nakita, that or Nick. Song what is it? Hoya had he could the Shanala could the sponsor of this legislation. And they know how Nahazabi baby and the Najja, what an Allah, Nakita, or that elder. They did it, send out other Najja. What 8 out of the Bennett, Osha, Nakita, Nasha. Adonana Kwazetam, the 3-branch government is the Wasikito, executive branch, judicial branch, legislative branch. Ishi Haitani Nash and Sokoto, Navajo government development, Halitai Nas, Nashla, other 3 Nash, other 3 Ahwan, I initiate.
I call on later in nation doesn't. When we had the chairmanship, it actually and the the 24, I don't know what executive branch here, the Navajo Nation president, hello, vice president, oh hello, I don't know the cabinet, hello, just like the United States, big it or is no money, I did, or is yeah, study it out. If you are the same, or you know, I've seen a later. But that is easy out. The born at London from that case over did. Accordingly, the close it over and hit over out at all is Ecuador. For a quaggy or you have a baban, that case Ecuador. Ecuador, a great Navajo development as the English. A late a the slum for did. At the central level, the English. Adonana at the local level, at the chapter level. I know we have 110 chapters. Adonana Quado Nana Nagaitam. At these chapters, we have chapter president, vice president, secretary, treasurer. Adonana grazing officials. We have 78 grazing officials. Ado land board, so New Mexico. Hodat elda a baban sahake bansaske a conagay magayam the arpal ad state was a very permanent trust fund that's which a $8 Alejad Hadele Besa Bandit what these chapter officials. I don't know, they have their meetings every month, planning meetings, chapter meetings. Called Nagayam additionally yesterday, regionalization. We have regional like easy at Yago. These are sort of 24 regions. What are these called? Eight at the Tosa Yinalish. I know later we had the Navajo development in the Sheda and the question that Nahana said that yes, and he thought on that. At 8 and all hot out or that in nation has an hop for a day. I yell if this I don't know quito you think about this thing this morning we had a meeting with Navajo Utah Commission. I thought because I started his house, so I'm on that land for the year about this case. I should meet in BS was so as a chair and so the other basement and then Naabik'íyáti built as a commission path. I don't know Utah chapters as a chapter president and Naabik'íyáti that Danaha Tanko. Because you are starting his house, so the big delegate and Hana Rago. It'll then Hana after that in front, but that's case of them. Set that what they got. According later, you pay the best ones and me, Clinic. But all I use in Hinan, but all I use in 8. Because sometimes 3 meetings a day, 4 or 5 meetings a day. What are the Padati Kaho? But the even center dollar, not the Nolt, Kajust it's a Zoda, the Darth. Fishing a business and a question a phone party Jahida Kitan and date Jaho. Asagi that so Ado Kodona Zaytam Abayat Agi Yakodona teleconference Abayat, but these other Hadina things for Ismith or this pandemic. Aho Yanan to Hodoni. I don't that is not it's $8. It's not that it's castle meaning I was not this with no never not it's $8. So that ego or yogo a bantas case of so even Masco Kododam another Kododam or you don't bantas case of what did or you work session that so body mason for did because oh you go back now it's a kid Dito 24 to 48 able cover or never to reach naked area a quite maybe we should come up with some numbers. I don't know at the work session that has your education I don't know invite Navajo Government Development Office. I just in the Shiki shut out Russia get a deal neko. I just fill state as a dagi. So it is out or that's they hit the nothing for the snack without them to have a work session on this called or that motion that they sleep with all. It is out about feet on this Mr. Chair with all. So thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. My question is it referred to a work session no longer than how many days? What's the time frame?
Mr. Chair, before summer session. We need to.
Okay. So have the work session prior to summer session, but the legislation has to come back to by summer session.
Yeah.
Okay. That, colleagues, is a motion to defer legislation 0251-21 till summer session pending a work session. No later than
Speaker,
summer
Delegate
session.
Otto.
Yeah. Motion by Honorable Daniel, second by Honorable Otto. So that is no debate on that. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
I vote red. I vote red,
Honorable
Ms. Delegate
Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Kealan votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes red. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green dollar.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I'll vote green too.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Haney votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote?
Green. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker
vote
Jr.
red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Elmer
Delegate
Begay.
Yellowhair votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Once
I
more,
vote red.
Honorable
Delegate Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes
Del-
red. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Honorable Amber Knaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knaz Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
It's green. Oh, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 9 delegates in favor and 12 delegates opposing, including with Speaker not voting.
Yeah, there's 12.
Hold on, colleagues. There's a technical error with the voting machine. I'll make sure we're getting this correct. Okay. Colleagues, with a vote of 8 in favor, 12 opposed, chair not voting, motion fails. With that, back to the main motion. That, we go back to Honorable Paul Begay.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Damon, other members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. A very interesting discussion we're having. Again, some vida. 24 delegates going back up to 48. Although Oshit Obansas Kisi do Ado the net Yayaski or Eben Nachdea or Hadisi in Sun. Ako Juk Adea Nating Ding E Yanilte. Ako Ni E Ya. The Kuishi Bishmas Anni Tlengi Ado no Shingi. I see that you ya partners and look at the Sato in share what ego it all on her Nahaban first case. Shady coach arches slack or a partners and look at in that has cutting that and so non sponsor was about 60-mile radius that. What ego a betrachtland sta. Accord, I see units on so much in there, Cossache, yeah. Just hold the Honorable Chair Daniel So. And yes, you have never gotten in a way, a start what hot or hola. Okay, yeah, the question partners and that case and the shutter archer. Later the year got a teeny I-40 Archer. I didn't realize how the vast extent of that piece of land was until I drove from Farmington to Crown Point. I kept going on and on and on forever. I call Bansas Kisha Chado Lato. Bishman under Hayu the Laon so Bansas Kisa Kunzago. Kaya Hikita is in. My brother, Honorable Delegate Mark Freeland, they oversee about 7, 8 chapters. Of course, they don't say be in a liago la bohonetsa. Ajiki, they know if they're covering too many chapters. Kita ay kungit na hazo it abiga. It asa and the biga. Dokot ego da ba yati o shibo honet zanson. Just because we add 12 more don't mean we're going to double up on our delegate precincts, delegate areas. So there's some areas that will need an additional delegate. First case, peso do ba yetki. But then the LDA the hollow. But this they don't be in the we probably don't have any need for LDA. The way it is right now, it's almost like you have already 2 delegates. LDA. Just need Nishko Okota. Na ki delegate halon just need Nish. This is for net, this they don't say be Liago. Aro beha or 3 so. The never nahaga, the never the Bahanaki, Egonaki, Takonas, kitten. We have 14 songs, 12 songs, Nakita Tako, Sundahnas job. Right now, it's not Ding, Kotago Aya, Bishmas on the Osa, Ede Yasun, Onahalo, Onash. Nakitata, Aro Nakitata, not think the case in the Okoteo, it is the don't answer be. Johataban Saki so this deed of answer be some case in the dollar. So if you choose to think about it in that way, in the cultural way, in the traditional way, so it on need it is the answer be. Okotego, it be not niche. So yeah. The naked is eat or little jungle. Johnny, any son of jungle ate the Napanti, the Pona Nation Silla. It on the Asa for Sado Yat, give it at it. Hajis Gia, Don Hitch in Jagada. So whatever, Yata.
Or I should say, actually, your point of privilege. Hello, speaker. Hello, speaker.
Good afternoon. This is Henio. Just to let the group Naabik'íyáti committee know that Speaker Dean was on a phone call in the South Chambers. So he's coming back right now. He's back in the seat. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Paul Begay, hold on. Madam Chair Charles Lewin, you had a point of order?
Yes, Speaker, I guess I'm a little bit confused. I cut off. I know that the vote was taken. Are we on the next legislation? And I know that Delegate Paul Begay was speaking, but it sounds like he was speaking on the legislation where the vote was already taken.
Well-
So if I could just get some clarification, Speaker. Thank you.
And sure, Charles Zoom, the vote that was taken was a vote to defer legislation 0251-21 no later, or to refer to a work session and have it back to council no later than summer session. That vote was, there was a motion by Honorable Daniel, second by Honorable Otto So. That vote was 8 to 12 to 1. One being myself not voting. And that motion failed. So that means that we went back to the main motion. And now on the main motion, I turn the floor over to Honorable Paul Begay. So Paul Begay is in order to talk on the main motion of legislation 0251-21.
Thank you, Speaker. I apologize. I cut off for a little bit. I got confused and I just heard Delegate Begay on the line. I was just a little bit confused, so I apologize for that. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Damien Shad. I think on sort of this, chin and the or for some how she or ban such case again. The never the L and the unfinished in the Hawaii, ban such case, it is easy. I thought I had this thing so yeah. I could have done this. So, yeah, thank you.
All right, colleagues. We're back in the main motion, legislation 0251-21, sponsored by Honorable Edison Wanika. Mr. Wanika, you want me to come back to you or have three more individuals in the queue at this time?
Speaker,
Okay.
Delegate Daniel So put me in the queue.
Okay, with that, colleagues, moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay, this is the who's in the queue. Honorable Keon Begay, then Honorable Yellow Hair, then Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Daniel So, Chairman Daniel So. Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker Damon. He could do legislation he done it. So Ziggy, I'm sure there's a lot of obviously different views, different positions of the Navajo people. The Naabik'íyáti, what is Naabik'íyáti? Not the I have no problem with that. I don't have a problem. But giving them a decision without no proper planning does concern me. Mr. Vince James, and the key word is that what will it really make a difference of where we're at right now? And as you know that although that as they always say that one bad apple makes the whole apple bad, and that was the situation that I was in during the 88. Peso so yucho in the door leto ado peso no benina got nepe baby hanna abna what are the nayeni. That was the overall justification. And Kodo about the Hosnaki.ic is not very accurate because I was very much involved, especially when my home chapter was combined with the current chapter that I'm representing. Hodat ego yego sato bitadati khaygi itan edik peso na gai ta to peso to yu chite ni ki to even na ko to the nan din ki yal bit na etiquette bit ni a ko adiki na jo I'm thinking because I'm trying to hear out and it focus back to for not much of attendance or for delegates being visible at the local level, at the chapter level. That's you see not on this. So even during the 88, I mean, we had one part of funding that 88 of us were grabbing it. But they 24, I mean, the same amount of funding that's there. Some we support one another, some we don't support one another. At 48, the very same thing. More, I mean, yes, for me, I would think that I could be visible at the chapter level. But it comes to the question is that Ashani, will there be 12 committee members per current? And reduced the council. I know that it took them almost a year just to redevelop the Title II, the current composition of the Navajo Nation Council structure. Out of these scenes at the end, a lot of us oversight committee, we see our previous oversight committees and then we try to make correction on those. So again, 88 same funding, 88 different delegates asking for funding, current 24 asking for the same funding, 48 will be asking for the same funding. So you seek it and because that's the one thing our Navajo people deals with, or their main concern. You know, and we know that even UUFB has some funding based on that test on the I mean, this was during our 23rd council that has some based on that this shit as of today, it still hasn't been developed yet. It's not that the council hasn't done it yet, but it's the process. And then of course the administration, the division, you have to look over 110 chapters to get all these projects moving. That but the process of it will still be there. It still will exist. And the same amount of funding will continue to come in. I guess we're fortunate in a way. Current delegates need Liniki because of this opera funding. Imagine what if we didn't have billions, but yet even billions here. As of yesterday, we chose to just go ahead and refer back and let's go back to the drawing board. And that's delaying work on certain development at the local level. So I mean, I don't know. Like I said, what will be very effective? What will it really do in to increase the number from 24 to 48? And which chapters will still going to be combined? I know, like Chinle, Shiprock, and Tuba, I'm sure they'll continue to be as one. But I mean, the other chapters, it's always the smaller chapter on latte. Not in a way. All these smaller chapters, but yet what ended that particular delegate will be part of the 48, and then he or she will continue to just still advocate. If they get lucky, they'll get support of getting their legislation approved. In a way, the programs, the policy, you can't get anything because you can't. You got to have home site lease in order to get electricity or water line. Will changing from 24 to 48 be more effective, or make that changes? I don't know. But that policy is still there, but not they haven't get the service yet. The policy some BIA nadi other Sandy Washington that it has on nadi. Those will still exist of how we're working right now. Based on our connect at those. So 8A Yashisazindo of Egoban Seskis. So I believe that there's got to be a better, well-sounded justification to present this to the people so that they would clearly understand of what they're voting on. Yes, and then again, I'm sure that the local chapter officials will probably get after me for saying this again. But how can you really do a lot of things if the chapter is not really much of a help? Because January planning meeting, and I kept telling them that Wednesdays is Resource and Development Committee. Every Wednesday, our chair says that your duty is at the council level and your committee, meaning that we got a lot going at the committee level. But if your chapter is scheduling their planning meeting the same day, an hour before, which is 9 a.m., all at the same time, so that will still exist if we even increase the council member, because our chapter will continue to schedule their meetings as they want to. We can't control it. I can't control it. So that's where our community members, my longest drive to a chapter meeting from my home chapter is 66 miles one way. So if I try to attend all of them, that whole circle of the chapter that I represent, it's a minimum of about 200 miles in one day. So that will, in a way, decrease, but still, a lot of these areas that we should have been working on is still there. To help and get the improvement at the local level. The main one is road, housing, infrastructure, water line, power line. 8A, you see it? So, $2 billion or $1 billion. I see Congo, Halet Auto Other Inishta. A got on his sato eat. And then, as 24 decision makers, you will have 48 decision makers. If we think that we're trying to do a lot of things, having 24 delegates, just imagine having 48 more different brains to make discussion. They got 2 hours, 3 hours. Just imagine having 48 delegates, having one of them, each one of them talk about on these legislations. So Ako that haki shisazito bansas case koko shinash in koko. Assuring the Navajo people that we are doing our best at Window at the agency and the chapter level. And maybe let's focus. Like I said, I always look at C-SPAN or C-SPAN 2, the oversight committee, the proceeding. I mean, I know TV5. I don't know if you some younger delegates, if you remember TV5, that they always show councils being in session. I mean, why can't we invest? Even our own radio station, KTNN, why can't we change a policy to say that dedicate a lot of our time, a lot of the airtime to conduct certain planning meetings or chapter meetings on the air for people to know and what's being discussed at the local level. And that's the reason why, aside from other reasons, broadband. Equip our chapters with the high technology of broadband, so that they will be able they won't have a problem disseminating teleconference every meeting that they have. Radio Anle tada the kaho the shibin dahana kodo hot ego. I mean, KTN the Satojo radio FM just on the Yisni store. So Arjo with that Ekipa invest Ilia go disseminate a lot of these information and really encourage our local chapter to have an effective teleconference videoing and a call-in. At a lot of some of my chapter, at what ego handheld get that meeting not that sick. I mean, a lot of our Navajo people can't understand or don't know what's being discussed. I think that's one area that we really need to make an investment, so that our Navajo people, wherever they go, on their smartphone, on their computer, on the radio, and so on, that they have everywhere they go, that they have access to these meetings and what is being discussed. So the Shinit, I mean, I don't have a problem putting a question to the Navajo people. I'm sure they'll continue to say that I mean, what is the bold statement that would really convince the people without question to say that, yes, we need to do this? And really tell them, 88 to 24, I mean, the reason why there was much of not much happening within the year was that the Title II was being developed. And remember that we have to, the council had to review that and revise that and put that in motion after several meetings, after meeting. So I'd sure like to see how the chapters will be structured. Populations, that's understandable. But truly, where do our Navajo people live? Talk about Navajo Hope Land Commission. In a way, they're displaced. So where do they truly call themselves their homeland is? For what that age, Baban see kiss do Baban sa kiss a quack. A copin Nashikodik at Hajo ilna population the Niniki in the census 2020, done. We didn't have much of participation, but as of by the census, our census office indicates that we have over 410,000 needs, and as of right now, that's how much our enrollment is. I mean, that's probably a fraction. I mean, a certain amount it still doesn't want to register or have a census. I mean, maybe half different tribe that they're enrolled at the so truly, how do we determine which chapter and representation? So during the 88 down before me, it was Mini Farms and Rough Rock. When I got in, it was Mini Farms and Round Rock. Other Kade, Low Mountain, Touchy Blue Gap, Salanakan with Nosley and Mini Farms. But with the plan, again, it was all politics that they switched Mini Farms and Saley wheat fields. They would switch it, yeah. I have the inside of everything. And I stood by. If you read through it, that I stood said this is just all politics and just all based. Delegate Soya had I see the politics and all Yego based. And I then Diniki Yeni. At Adon on me Jo at the Disney and go stop it up in her own story. And then maybe one thing that I could make a recommendation as well. Again, I think we really need to review the local chapter government. And I know a majority of our chapters are doing their best. Again, like for one of my chapter right now, it doesn't have a CSC. One of my chapter doesn't have a chapter manager. It's just only acting. Then all they have is AMS. So I'm not kidding. Then we were charged them to do a lot of things at the chapter level. A lot of things. Bathroom edition at all neatly, home site lease at all neatly. Then that don't shoot. Oh, you quite the chapter has odd. I call three chapter officials again. Somehow some schedule their meeting according to their work schedule. Some of them are full-time job. So how do we effectively assure our community members that local government is doing their best in addressing their issues and their concern? If they can't even set up a teleconference session for our community, that makes you think, okay, how effectively can I tell my community that we're doing our best to help addressing your issues and your concerns on a daily basis? And a lot of them don't see what is being discussed, especially agenda. And the emergency legislation, 3 quorum, I mean, that's reinforcing now their chapters are being told to set up a teleconference. Chapters are being reaffirmed to remember that there's 48 hours to post an agenda and inform the public about the upcoming meeting. No, what that a Corbin I mean, several times, several chapter meetings. I know majority. I guess the most that I've seen was that 5 times on nothing test. Just because of that 25, we don't be they hoping now. They even 3 quorum but a lot of time, the last minute, or canceled the fact that so over that, locally, during this budget, 2022 budget, that I try to advocate to have each of our chapters to have some type of a CDL maintenance person established 18 me because you just need locally or you need chapters equipment that you need because they don't have a certified person to drive it. They will have all these equipment just sitting at the chapter compound, but yet down the road, while there's a new equipment just sitting there. So I think we need to go further to also propose a question to the Navajo people. How would you want to structure your local government? Because I know a lot of our officials, again, I'll probably get pounded for this, but a lot of our officials have a job or they're holding several different positions. But yet, chapter meetings, sometimes we have to say, well, we have to call until later that the need or agenda is not developed. So the community sees that our local chapter government is very well equipped, that they have much funding, even money. And right now, ASC has to say yes or no now. But no what's done it. The chapters can't even declare their own emergency. So again, even if we increase the 24 to 48, all the situation that I'm going through will still be there. That will still exist there. Across chapters, have all our LDAs. I have my LDA. She's dedicated or appointed to do nothing but chapter level activities. Let me take care of Windra. That's what her duty is right now. She doesn't even do anything of what I do. Everything. Committee. Let me take care of it. The chapter meeting, planning meeting, farm board meeting, planning and zoning committee, senior center meeting, and whatever meeting that they have, veterans meeting. Take care of it. And then my only communication a lot of time is through email. But if you're shooting out more than 5 or 6 emails per day, and maybe 50 per week, but not even one response by the chapter officials or by the chapter administration, that makes you think, are they reading the emails? So this is what I see. How can we redefine our local chapter government as well? I don't know, like I said, I don't know how this is going to be interpreted by my local officials, especially during the election year. It's hard for me to say it. Let me say it. I'm chicken to say this in front of my chapter officials, saying that you have a full-time job. Who's really doing the daily work, decision-making at the local level? I'm not saying to do it. Let's encourage, let's up the pay raise for the CSC, the AMS, and then let's put 2 more individuals there. A bathroom addition. They got to have PAPs there too. Public employment. So the base of balance, the base of sabab hata huiliago. The AD card, the Kata, the Nishanki Ajo. And then even some of these programs, divide them up during the budget season. Okay, let's say Department of Transportation, there'll be a division, but there's agency that I don't have the base of balance is the Bailiago, Shibiga. All of us want to have a road improvement. But what we get is only 53 or 54 million per year from BIA, allocated or 1 year to been 9 feet compass or none. Whoever's lucky got their road completed. Based upon nana so each of the agencies I thought at veterans local veterans organization based on which handed at all agencies of which at zero what so I'm sure we can go on and on of justification. Like I said, I'm okay sending this to the people, but will it really make a big change that our people will see something different or improvement at the local level? The never change Jordan then didn't give a horse now, like yard installation sin. Or your either dog, it's it later, or it's an understood a to get a basin it all, what you answer the talk. So I'll quite get obey. The name didn't give obey, you're not the needness. Arja has job in those out baby has on in Hawikia or the in that lion, new base on Diniki, save it all, save all and dolly. To bet that no baby to yap your shame, I go a yard el codo. You get the pink door shot the nose are there. A call out ego go share, says Zindo, Nahaban says kitchen and Anna Fliniki. Because of being a fourth term delegate, Kodo did ego Kodo. Some may say that you've been in there for too much in Shiflinigo or you could not. But again, you've seen me, you heard me do a lot of things. But you know that I always have opposition. You know that I always have some setback. Council the past a lot of but the president vetoes it. If the legislation to add state shoulder, we shall not that. So quite been non-made so those are things that we're dealing with. So then my overall suggestion is that we could see improvement if we really redefine, reevaluate the policy and give more authority to our local chapter. That will really help out, improve a lot of things at the local level. They know the area, they know the people, they know the situation, they know everything else. Other could add the Niji by Yapki in the Arnil for the Hatashi, the Holo Arnil for the roadman, the Holo Arnil for the Hazna, the Holo or a huge art and has added. If we truly say more in that direction, let's give it to them. But this question is just more of like Winrot level. Everything will be the same at the chapter level. Yes, they'll be representing the fewer chapters, but again, policy will be there. The dollar amount will still be there, and then more 24 more delegates will be competing, and even just like me, you have 48 more people to be talking on each and every legislation that we are being presented to us. So, with that speaker, legislation I know that you've been in the election office, Mr. Wanika. I know you've been in that area. We know that, and I know that, and I did serve with your brother as well. So a lot of time we may take things personally of how we say and what we say. But in the shade or diagram the door. The central government is going to be like this. This is how much is the savings going to be, and these are the chapters that they'll be representing, and so on. The nation so hey, did anything he need to answer to another education to live just and the nan But again, it will take, if that's the case, the 26th, 2026, it'll be just a term of the delegates just going to transitioning and then updating and then just more, not much of a focus on the local communities issue though. This then that has on the title 2 it's no open not that so speaker though, I'm sure some of you had enough of me, but nonetheless, this is my input, and I just want to be on the record of my thought, speaker, on this particular legislation. I support it, but again, there got to be more justification attached to it to let our people be more informed, making the decision should it go before the people during the election, during the general or primary election. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. That, colleagues, I'm going to go on down. Jimmy Yellowhair, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Okay, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council Damon. Adon, the 24 councilman. I think Zaba killed Asai Hahi. Share a motion this little I'd like to vote on it. Two comparisons of the budget expenditure should be come before us. The workshop got to be made daily. Then his $1,000. 36 councilmen Ilya equipa had $2. It at and $10. Arosa $48 in ton. What are husbands not on it? It all not on a wheelne. What a future plan in data of a government development office there. He could all the motion dish and so the snickers. About 20 agent thought, let's have a good workshop. We need to see how much is a budget comparison. Each middle out of 24 queba has no ain't daily. You look for a price. Because you don't out and never will not all day on not the Bahali or this la D36 day 48 on not Bahali or the Bahat this la. No apes $1,000 all this. Did all hard or obey his give me straight to have this workshop to compare the budget, proposed budget Bahaliniki. Hajoni Jadol Eastern Esa motion this season Sati should Herman Daniel Nevada Mignat on the councilman Oyo land or side 48 years get at all what Anahan. What other Yasanat on say this is about Piggy. I not on it now. Let's look the time for the future. I would like to make motion, Speaker, to get two comparison versus 36 to 48 councilmen. I want to be in shuffle this. Here, I want to nation at Navajo Nation Council. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. There's a motion to defer. So we have a work session on the financial differences between 24 and 48 council delegates.
26, 36, 48.
36 and 48. With that, what is your time frame though?
I'd like to maybe a month and a half by the time that, because when we put budget together, it takes time. Probably the day is January, maybe mid-March somewhere, a month and a half, Speaker.
Okay, so no more than 60 days?
No more than 60 days because this is a necessary, we are talking about the subject matter. Yeah.
Right. Okay, there's a motion. Did you guys get that?
Yeah.
Motion to defer, to have a work session within 60 days to further discuss the
Financial differences between 24, 36, and 48.
46 or 48?
36, 24, 36, 48. Thank you with that. There is a motion by Honorable, give me yellow hair. Is there a second? Second, going twice. Second by Honorable Vince James. That, colleagues, let's go to board. No debate on referral motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
I vote red.
Honorable Key Allen. Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable
Charles Newton
Eugene,
votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati.
So Deja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati votes red. Presiding Chair Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell
Red.
Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona
vote red.
votes red. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel
I
So.
vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Odo So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green for the people.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Bigay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Bigay. Honorable Key Allen Bigay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Bigay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Bigay votes red via text. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 7 delegates in favor, 13 who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Speaker Kell votes green.
Thank you very much with that. 8 opposed. Oh, 8 in favor, sorry. 8 in favor, 13 opposed. Chair not voting. Colleagues, this is the second time that there's been a motion to refer. Seems like this legislation is going to continue to move on. Colleagues, are we ready to vote on the main motion?
I am, yes.
I have Honorable Otto So and Chairman Daniel So in the queue right now.
Speaker Damon,
Yes, Honorable Otto So.
I will move back a motion to speak if Daniel So is gonna pull back his motion to speak too. So that way we can move forth with the voting.
Chairman Daniel So. I just say, just for the fact that it seems like this legislation is going to move forward.
Yes, everything that I wanted to talk about has already been discussed, and I appreciate everybody's input. And let's just express our position with a vote. Thank you.
That, colleagues, we're going to board then on legislation 0251-21 with no amendments on the main motion. go to board.
Point of order.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
Point of order.
I vote red.
Hold on, there's a point of order. Point of order. Who reads the point of order?
So now the speaker, this is on Delegate James. I raised the point of order because I had questions and it's not answered again. Thank you.
Hey, going back to the board, Honorable Otto, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, he did just to think about a lot of how the council operates. We're legislatures. We have two responsibilities to legislate laws and to appropriate funds. The Honorable Kealan Begay, how will this improve the system? It will not improve the vote at the council level or the duties of the council and the programs, the executive branch at the program direct services will be the same. It will not improve that. And I really like what Kealan Begay talks about is the reform at the local level at the chapter. And how do we reform the programs, the divisions, so that they can provide that direct services? Because a couple of days yesterday, I had a constituent come up to me and ask me, how come veteran home site leases are not priority? How come? Why? Why this? Why that? You're the council. You can't hit the hard nation that no. And I reminded her that that's an executive branch function. Somewhere that communication, that dialogue is not happening there. And as legislatures, how do we move forward to try to fix the system? Because right now, there's no recommendation from the administration to fix the system. The world will continue to turn on winter rock and the things will be slow again. The other is if this legislation gets onto council session, I believe when it's signed into law, I believe the referendum requires that the referendum has to happen within 90 days. So the other key factor to this is the funding to pay for a referendum. So how do we, what is our strategies from council? The president, if he signs this law, this legislation is into law, what about the money portion? How are we going to pay for the election? Because the primary election is somewhere in August 2000 this year. And if we're going to slate this to line up with the primary election, we have to wait until the spring session or call it a special session prior to the 90 days of the special election. The time frame, the strategy on this. The other technical aspect of it, the money. How much is it going to cost? If we approve it next week, we have to start looking at developing new legislation so that we can get the monies in place. And is the president going to sign it? and let the Kurobe Las Leon Person out of sign E Lago Gosha. Ban Socation and also, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So that we go to Chairman Daniel So, and then I'll go back to the sponsor for response. Chairman Daniel So.
Yeah, lost it, Tiller. Chairman Damon, Otto, fellow Naabik'íyáti committee members. And to Tiller, Honorable Edison Wanika, thank you for the legislation. My view is, again, trying to represent 8 chapters. And had a good start, but because of differences, then it really went south. So in certain aspects, I don't even get notice of planning meetings and chapter meetings. And the only way they're posted is at a bulletin board at the chapter house. And so part of this aspect, let's realize the intent and purposes were great. Main part was the aspect of discretionary funds. And then, of course, at that time, the council put then President Shirley on administrative leave. And in a lot of ways, that was the backlash was to circulate the petition. Yes, there was politics in it. And the aspect to this day is, and part of the justification, if we reduce it to 24, we're going to reduce the amount of money that legislative branch will be using. That was part of the justification that was out there used by those folks that were circulating the petition to reduce the council. But guess what? It didn't reduce the budget. There's tremendous need for legislative staff, because with 24, we still have to do the work with the state legislatures and the U.S. Congress, plus the various committees within those bodies. And so the question that, basically what then we have to look at, yes, let's just adopt this legislation, and the work from now till it's put on the election, wherever we put it, whether it be this fall's election or next 2 years or next year's chapter election. That referendum question can be posed then. But in between now and then, these parts that we're concerned about, having the chapters exist within the executive branch, how do we address that? How do we amend Title 26 that basically addresses the fact that, yes, in reality, the chapters are local legislative bodies passing resolutions. And so in those aspects, certain ones of those resolutions, we get them over here to use for law. So that aspect. The other aspect is, for me, we're going to talk about everything that bothers us. For me, I think it's time to eliminate the Board of Election Supervisors. We have enough good election laws in place, and we have the ability for the courts to address any disputes, election disputes. And so, but the aspect of having a Board of Election Supervisors is, it belongs in a bygone era. Look at the county governments, the secretary, on the state elections, the secretary of state basically holds the elections. And so I guess that's the part that we really have to look at. It's an extra body of elected officials. Do we really need that? We have enough good election laws in place that we can basically any election disputes can be addressed by that third branch of this government. The other part is and I look back at the Net Power Authority. From the day they were formed to the day they were eliminated, there was tremendous millions of dollars that were expended. And the intent and purposes of that particular body and administration, it was eliminated, done and gone. Okay, I was part of the Title II reform. We formed the Government Development Commission in '92 to recommend forms of government. And each one, it hit a dead end. I mean, none of those recommendations made it into law. And all that money that's been appropriated for the Government Development Commission, it's just a body that meets. And so for me, is it time we eliminate that particular commission? Is it time? The other is there was a Navajo Women's Commission. And by default, and President Nez, when he was vice president, they put it under the OPVP. And since then, that it hasn't moved anywhere. We have, at last report, one remaining member. And we don't know if her term is official. So those aspects, we really have to look at and reevaluate. But the main thing is, with the adoption of this legislation by the council and by the aspects, okay, how do we get the part of the referendum language being correct, where it's clear to the people on their decision, and the other implications of what moving from 24 to 48 will involve. Yes, there will have to be amendments to the committee level. Just think, we separate education from health and human services. Guess what? RDC, we separate transportation and community development back out, where there is those aspects where more committees can be developed to cover and lighten the load. in those parts. I think that's where we have to acknowledge, yes, there's going to be amendments. Yes, that will, and it doesn't have to take a whole year to get it done. Being in the aspect of wanting change, the council can make those amendments. And if we're really going to talk about changing government, we have to relook at the Appropriations Act. That's where a lot of this, the aspect that OMB now controls everything, and not necessarily the office of the controller. So those aspects we really have to look at the changes. And for me, they're not problems. For me, they're basically one of those things that have to get done. We realize that there are so many other things that we've been addressing, and one of them that's taken us almost to the point of a 2-year part of our 4-year term is this COVID. And certainly none of us were prepared for it. Certainly this extra money we weren't ready for those influx of dollars. And our part of where we're trying to address home site lease, right of ways, and those other clearances that the bureaucracy has come. It's the executive branch that have come to the council saying, we want you to put this in there, and and we did it. Meaning, we as all the councils from 1970 to the present day, the council did these things. And what did it do? We're finding out in 2022 that we're the ones that created this bureaucracy that doesn't help our constituents. But the need for road improvement, the need for power line extension, the need for water line extensions, the need for broadband, all these laws are all piled up in front of us. And what is it? A road grader can't even push it out of the way. A backhoe can't even lift them all up in one swoop. And that rests upon this council. How do we then address it? And for me, the overload that we all are seeing right now, I represent 8 chapters. And I tell you what, the demand is great. And so in that part in this business of the 8 chapters, one delegate would represent 4, the other delegate would represent the other 4. That certainly would help. And certainly those other delegates that represent 7 chapters, one delegate would probably represent 4. The other delegate would represent 3. And those are what I see moving forward. That's how it's going to be instituted. Right at this moment in time, we're asking these questions that can be addressed as we move forward to that part where it gets on the referendum at an election. So those parts, Iggy, I think is what we have to be looking at. Fellow committee members, that would be my presentation. We have tremendous other work right now at each of the state legislatures. They're both in session. They've got ARP funds. And I don't think our chapters have really put together a request to the state. On the New Mexico side, there's some that are up to the TIF aspect, tribal infrastructure funding. And there are others that have capital outlay projects. And there's in the legislature, there is legislation that will put new projects in the capital outlay. And so those aspects, some of delegates' attention goes in that manner. And then, yes, part of the aspect is, and Delegate Otto So referred to it, and then of course, Chair T. Allen Begay addressed it in his. And if I could ask the Legislative Council to read off that part of Title II that says the delegate's responsibility is to the council and to the committees. That would really clarify what part of our duties are, and we ourselves don't. We haven't really shared it with each of our chapters for them to at least yes. So on Wednesdays, when Delegate Daniel So has to chair a HES, we shouldn't be scheduling a chapter meeting, a planning meeting. Our work at those committee meetings are for the Navajo Nation. Our work at the council is for the Navajo Nation and not really respective of our individual chapter aspects, unless we are pushing legislation. So with that, Cecilia, Damon, and Naabik'íyáti committee members, that would be my input and perspective regarding this particular legislation. I support the adoption of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel So. Let me go back to Honorable Edison Winika at this time, and then to Ledge Council. Honorable Winika.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. And current most got appreciate the questions by Honorable Vince James Kudo. The legislation needs for the resolution, supporting resolutions. Supporting resolution. I don't want the government development. Why didn't they get involved? And then as far as because adults resolutions again. He did when I first initiated the process, and with the initiative there's no resolution. It's based on signatures on the petition that shows the support of the people. So it started like that, and there was approximately 4,700 people that signed it without going to, I don't know how many chapters. easy to be like an item is put on the ballot. So it's done by the people. The initiative process is very, the law is very stringent because even there was resource as far as President Joe Shirley's office. They initiated a petition, even though they had the people and the money. The two initiatives came 2,000 signatures short, over 2,000 signatures short. And then the people that wanted to make the Navajo Nation smokeless, so they did an initiative. It's the voice that they have. They get to participate in the government. Yeah, we made a provision for them to participate in the government, but that provision or law is so impossible to use. Amending the law, there are certain things that we need to do to make some amendments. And one of those is the initiative process to make it easier for people to participate in the government. Government development, I think 4 out of the 5 agencies submitted resolution supporting this initiative. Reducing, increasing the council. The government development, the Wayne Crank, at larger. Can you give me the paperwork? But I don't know where they are, the husband, I know. Based on the letter that they sent me, the commission did a resolution. It says, now therefore be it resolved, the Commission on Navajo Government Development has previously accepted the 2016 Navajo People and Chapter Official Survey, Effectiveness on the Reduced Navajo Nation Council, also known as Efficiency Report. This is supposed to be a 40-page. That's supposed to be about a 40-page document. And this document that was sent to me was 2019, 2017, there has been education. That government development. Exactly what will it resolve? Will it fix it? Will this 48 fix it? 48. What's going to be fixed or what's going to be taken care of. And Daniel Soya, you need and it was up as I on a question so a could 48 need in the 80 state or little Ninge. I said out of Bohnet that which is don't need a 48 need in the machine, the husband only. And the if you fix it, yeah, I spend that shieldness. Asian Asani, the known his husband acquire, but she's out in the panel, the league. Asian they be a husband. I don't how will the 45 oversee the chapter to when the 48 is approved, I didn't there will be an apportionment plan. Because one of the things that we did when they were talking about 28, we tried apportioning the 24 before it was approved. And according to law, you can't apportion something that's not approved. So we can arbitrarily at this time apportion 48. We might work with some people that has expertise in apportionment and kind of give us some ideas. But to officially apportion 48, they approve even that the 48 chapter that's either chapter in the Bahos the 5 chapters Chairman Daniel Sawyer get out could la shut at the high that's could la a portion at $1,000. You also asked the question about oversight committees. 8 hours on it. 48 long say hissing the oversight if that is naturally. They are the shimpan. So that 8 on me 8 and on. So we have to do that. Did out of it last long everything will be the same. The call could I could have been Janata Nastoli. Adukudo Herman Daniel said Sato you had see how many registered voters, how many populations. No, this apportionment is not based on registered voters. Look at the key registered voters. The interim director in each there's 116,000 registered voters. Make a could end the area to apportion those need to be by population. I don't want to talk about Kayati out agate on me. Kayata out say 48 or so, either least 8 hours out 8 or less. She after net on need the land status. The Kushi the Betranda of Kasa. Say my chapters are close by and it's close to Window Rock. I would aim the Naabik'íyáti has the Ege. Kudo Ado so yen it's not I hit out never get neat. Of course, say when a large chapter, say when a large chapter, no, but the never get neat is similar. Of course, private response is the case. So, even though the workload is much more when you have to oversee so many other chapters, I don't the planning chapter meetings on me. 8 on Nipping Hawing, the Kodo Vince James Katoya Yasti store. Then that's that either. When I was with the election administration, when I go to the chapters, I tell that to the people. The chapter official, he uses on position in yet night. Although some years later, we started having problems with even chapter president's position remaining vacant. Vice president, secretary treasurer. Of course, it was that like 15, 20 years ago. It was not so another. And I asked one of them, these chapter president's position, vice president, all that vacant position, do charge net or that either does the I could only initiate were elected official. I could only that I said the net on it as Kita. I could end the hood a pitch at zero. It's like a part of the responsibility that we have. A conan Hindo Hashit or legacy, Zinishi Lebin Kitzi. A co other regionalization, Yayara. We can continue to address that. It doesn't have to be 48 to do that. Egg at Tatobanate or Vila. A co that egg Eskinanta Nahalden. A could 48 to Leo Shahot out your gas with an loyalty. A co key Olympic. All the problems that we have is going to be the same. The money that is going to be the same. These are without aid or listen. In order to truly make a difference, I think it's up to each and every one of us. When you get high, let on need basic. So I don't need it. I don't need it will make a difference. A could I need the all your foot and son needs a call. You because it is our carpet and budget on. need to is I'll be just jogging at Nisa. So without never to show that no say to Hojo because she is not to live in bundles to load out yet to it or either. It hurts. A co-payment in 8 hours to be next day. Whether it's going to be 24, 48, or 88. A shade of lady cutter. And Hinley chat with us on the Chatona Nitino, Chatovich Yeltio, a question they hasin, so we might make a difference in the Yonantla. Arukodota, all the gates on it, and I really appreciate it. I need Kodo. His response was, he said, based on the people. It's based on the people, not that I gave it to you. Don't let's give it to them. It sounds like it's based on vote. I need over here LA. To touch it, I don't. A quite big it to you just a hot son at what 8 less it needs. Need no, but 48 Diego, but zero see out the North Store. A quated eyes, a Bacaisin Sarko. D put out things of never what did listen instant. A condition, Jim Haiti, Nanismahanda, Yado, Debin, Courtney, and that. Not arguing by the need a quaida near without benevolence. A quaba Jensen, a Kokodo. I really appreciate the clarity on the 48 store from the spiritual side. Paul Begay, I about Jensen, a laugh without Daniel Dash Chili Zina. These numbers they gave 48 it doesn't know Caitlin Dates, it doesn't know a they had it and a co-quite a Kodo Jimmy Yellow hair, 36 no. A Hasit Algin, the 36 again. One of the things that I put in there when I put 7 before the primary election was 32. A 32 given Naabik'íyáti at the time. There was discussion about the grazing officer to make them travel employees. A32 A no a district bada don't. And some of the people told me the Navajo Nation Council gave it that state I don't know even not 32 days on a cohesion yet and need to 18 numbers get Caden and Satan Anshipan see case la shade in numbers yet innocent that it no a conde Sato 8 Anshipan see case it a condition a asanit no a hasit I cannot agi the snafita. A without a quite could Jimmy had the Sato not on this and then he made a motion to have a work session also do it out outside. I don't the Kodo out of so basically we need to get the money no. This increasing our 24 to 48 is going to be we're going to be using the same money that's going to be given to the Navajo election administration. If we were having a special election going on, we have to get monies outside of what's already given to the Navajo election office. Because if we're going to put this item in the primary election, go at council delegates by night, the only thing we probably have to do is if there's a need for education that the election administration has to do, we might have to put additional monies in there for that to educate the people as far as the radio and going to agency council meetings and that. In that respect. Arunda, in reference to Chairman So, Kuruye Hastig, Ani, IC, Hasin So, Ani Sobafunithan, as far as Katuye Hastig, the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors, no. Quite a Ani, I put that between now and if the 48 can go in there, or what between now and then, what even date in Shabiga has to because Navajo Board of Election Supervisors used to be the hearing body on complaints filed in reference to Title 11. That was the main responsibility they had. But Navajo Nation Council took that responsibility away from them and gave it to the Office of Hearings and Appeals. They also have 2 meetings a month because of that, and not because of the hearings. Some of the delegates were saying that because they don't have that responsibility anymore, they should only have 1 meeting a month. No, at the end, they still have 2 meetings a month. As far as the election process, everything that needs to be done for a special election, for vacancies, for primary election, for general election, for vacancies, that Title 11, it's almost give you step by step. So that is also the plan of operation of the election administration. So, to have another body oversee that, I need to be data. The election code is already there. And if there is going to be an amendment to the election code, if it was the responsibility of Navajo Board of Election Supervisors, any amendments to the election code comes to the Navajo Nation Council. We will start to make a difference. I don't the clarity of the language. I feel it's pretty clear because of the time I spent with the election administration. The way this particular language is written, to me, that's what people are used to. So quite clarity, I have no problems with it. I don't one of the things that Chairman So talked about is lightening the load of the committees. So I would appreciate it if we could move this forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wanika, for that rundown. With that, colleagues.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yell here with my follow-up.
Okay, colleagues. Moving on down. Honorable Chairman Nez, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker Damon, Honorable Edison Wanika, Karo legislation. So I say, Naabik'íyáti on his and Karo saw better than Hadid Ahe. Bahazin go or the Nebach and Hodor. The Nay Ahohador, Nikes Arco, the Hodor list is Dino, I'd say B48 list, no. Edos, I got Edos, no, she does. Oh, what I got a go Bafonson. I go back, go back, I see Zikisha, Nehodat, but I all just. Robin Nadol, Francis Casey.
He got kicked off.
Chairman Nez.
Speaker David, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Chairman.
Okay. Government reform. The Niniki. I believe that probably should be a very serious separate discussion. What we need to do, this is probably, I'm going to offer a solution. Oh, on this case, we need to create a task force for government reform. free of elected officials or former elected officials. Task force, government reform, we do have a huge government. Le budget season hotel jishko. Arabe ahosan besoki. So so let's just vote on this legislation. Give it to the people to decide. That's all I want to say, and thank you for allowing me to speak. And God be with each one of you. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Are we ready to vote? I do have two. Honorable Vince James and Honorable Otto Stowe. Eugene So, you want me to put you in the queue?
Oh, that's sure, this is true.
Moving on down, Honorable Vince James.
Speaker, thank you. Just wanted to say thank you for the questions that I asked and answering them. Honorable Edison Winika. Ako hospital ye ishin adoshi o hanet nast asto de kinde da partners nelo but had the shahiki for oshi kahoshi o hadat and laid machine hit the hodney the last of thing ad and the yati put sheet or the snow hot shit hod just only ako ado Nahaga hindi ni hoto hashit eshi het khasit o yo beta sa hono ani shit hodne hat ishe binya ajin haga sa hotle shit no o ye shit hat do ye ishane iliako o yo la do bit ehi o banda ko shinshi kodo ni haga denilsen do denilsen ben da his lado ben ya ada ako na hiya kojiko na hala adil enjoy a cake da hona dot aba hazeno da odi do akot ni hiya ba na ani ke aten kodon istan akodo si ni kodo hayu ben da aten kidiki ba na dot kidi ni hito akot has ada na hala il any ko ako kwagi na haba ako no sendo sabe khatit chokot yeshe hati ako ashi ani enne ako ni koje ya atsa da yohni ado beked on da ya kota hadoni jonadi ne ako o la ye khati so hot eben na eben ki khashne ako shinat no siniki ako hot shahadi dole Thank you. I have no further questions. That was just a comment.
With that, thank you, Honorable Vince James. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. One thing, that the document that Honorable Winika was referring to, that the election administration has not provided to you, and I'm thinking that that document is there, that report, and I know the former director was speaking about that too. So what I'm getting to is that, Speaker, I'm going to motion to subpoena those documents from the Navajo election administration so that we can have that report. That's going to be my motion. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So, there's already a motion on the floor right now. I can come back to you after the legislation.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on down. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare.
Yeah, and Speaker, thank you very much for the floor. Yeah,
Eugene,
our
so
24th Navajo Nation Council. Sharia is your why we just focus on 48? We should focus on 36 and 48 and 24. We talk about the cost amount, but the real matters. We don't need that. Okay, but it's the 80 high work session. Don't need press upon the Nikki. If you didn't need the spend or it's your shit is and then he's allowed to have my voice to be heard up there. The Navajo Niki or even not. I saw even ye when he died 48 had no not based upon how when to no pay on she even in 36 I saw it 8 only. But yeah, 36 instead of just one. Why is that? Yeah, what the 20 only to need punishment now every what 8 on this. Our respondents to Honorable Edison when they cut yellow hair lahat yes no the is this any by yes. Hala budget and Stabahani by Alhos and Beniati the Nahat Anlasko even yen he not on dash none. Ehon so a benny to have this. Yeah, Speaker. Thank you.
thank you. That moving on down. Honorable Eugene So.
Hey. It's true.
Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
What is that?
Oh,
I'll question so. Any Ricky had see witness, honorable witness. On this case, the great offered even now. The great point of order in there down. On this case, on the what in it all. Never is never had see machine that. That's how I see it. But it also the very person I use work session requires to the government, and also that to be the need, And also, I think it's a good idea too to form a task force as well in that regards, and that's how I see it. For example, I got a lot of issues. I mean, a lot of concern that's becoming an issue right now that the council has to start thinking about it and debating it. So that's what we're here for, issues that become an issue. As concern that becomes an issue, that's our job. The issue don't get the law or make laws or remember something like that. So we got to solve it or never to hold on. You can solve referendum. Okay. Today we are all by it. On his instance, I think I got this is the site. I'm traveling because it's a kind of emergency in my family. So even now, my phone goes off and on. But just to let you know, I guess maybe Eugenia can sponsor my legislation if it comes to. So it's kind of an emergency that I'm going through, and so if I don't answer, I would like to my co-sponsor to present my legislation. Thank you.
thank you. That, colleagues, I have nobody else in the queue. We're ready to vote on legislation 0251-21.
Green.
Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green via text. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenaz Bakrati votes green via text. Presiding Chair Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote.
Green.
Excuse me, Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
No.
Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
What is Dr. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote? Honorable Odo So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green via, excuse me. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Oh,
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
okay. I was going to go in to put my stuff in my mailbox.
Honorable
Like
Thomas
3
Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
How about red for the people?
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red via text. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 17 delegates in favor and 3 opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Honorable Speaker Damon, Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Okay, with that, colleagues, 17 in favor, 3 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries on legislation 0251-21. That, moving on down, colleagues.
Honorable Speaker Dan, did you get my vote? Delegate Nez, Green?
Yes, yes, we did, Chairman. We read it in the record. Moving on down onto item number F. Legislation 0009-22. Sponsored by Chairman Daniel So. This is an action for an override. Once this gets read into record, colleagues, we go straight to the board. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0009-22, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council, overriding the veto of CO-56-21 that proposed reaffirming the Navajo Nation's request to the Governor of New Mexico to activate the Natani Development Corporation Molina Healthcare Incorporated Indian Managed Care Entity to increase medical resources available to the Navajo people during the COVID-19 state of emergency. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So and co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. There are no attached committee reports as Naabik'íyáti is the first committee. Mr. Speaker.
Motion by Honorable Edison Juanica. Is there a second?
Freeland.
Second by Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues. Go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
That was the Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Excuse me, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Once more, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did
Sorry,
not vote.
Speaker. I got cut off. Is this what is this voting for again?
We're on the main motion, voting on legislation 0009-22 as an override. Overriding a veto of CO-656-21.
Okay, Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel
I
So.
vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable
vote
Otto
green.
So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Claudia. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman
Green.
Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 20 delegates in favor and 0 opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you. Colleagues, on legislation 0009-22. 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Legislation is destined for council. Colleagues, moving on down. On to item number G, legislation 0005-22, sponsored by Honorable Daniels, co-sponsored by myself, Seth Damon. Mr. Rico, if you could read into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0005-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $419,718 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance to the Division of Community Development to fund chapter official stipends for the remainder of FY 2022, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, 820F, and 820J to allow use of the UFB for recurring expenses. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. and co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. There are committee reports from the Research and Development Committee that recommend a due pass. Budget and Finance Committee recommended due pass. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
That is motion by Honorable Edison Juanica. Is there a second? Second going twice.
Vice Chair Smith. Second.
Smith. Colleagues, any comments, questions on legislation 0005-22? This legislation is destined for council.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I do have a question.
Okay, with that, Honorable Daniels, floor is yours. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Kodota. Mr. Chair,
Other the Kudodam Naabik'íyáti committee members, Kudodam Sunat Armasaniki Kudo, our staff, legislative council, Isha Kudo, other in the Kudo, not so state and how did I couldn't hit that one so the or should I wait nickel. Today I come before you, Kudon Naabik'íyáti committee, with legislation 0005-22. Ya Kudo Nagaidam. Yoketiki Kudo. Nagaidam is this machine be it. UUFB as a basis of the $419,718. A hadot nasto ben that on Nashnana. A Yisibin Yequado. Adonana Kudo. Nagaidam. Huyan Hashnadida. Back in September of last year, when we approved the comprehensive budget, Missouri Western Agency chapters. There's 18 chapters in Western Agency. Adonana Chinley chapter, they were short funded in the comprehensive budget. They were only budgeted for 10.5 months. So that's where you see in exhibit one of the exhibit C. The total Bakagia $419,718. You'll see $89,718. They covered the whole 12 months for Western Agency chapter officials and also Tinley chapter officials. If you look at the next column, you'll see $330,000. Yeah, for all 110 chapters, 2 additional meetings. So if you add that together, $419,718. With me, I have my agents, Missouri Navajo Division of Community Development. Executive Director, Dr. Yellowman, Mr. Jim Martin. Those are 2 are my agents. I'm going to give some time to that, Mr. Chair, to my agents.
Dr. Yeoman?
Yate speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh.
Okay, good evening. Ayate speaker, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Good evening. Ado Shana, Delegate Herman Daniels, we come before the Nabi Committee seeking support on 005-21. This is one of the stipends to complete payment for the Western Agency chapters and 1 Chinle chapter. The remaining funds are allocated for additional meetings. We found that last year, many of the chapters were in need of additional meetings and support to address the then CARES Act funds. This year, many of our chapters have held special meetings or additional meetings to address concerns or topics such as ARPA or AIF, other pressing items. So the additional meetings would assist the 110 chapters. So we are asking for your support. We know and understand that this has been a topic And we have Division of Community Development. We have been meeting, we've held work sessions with RDC and a Budget and Finance Committee. We have made recommendations and agreed on pursuing or proceeding with one of the recommendations, which would allow for the chapter stipends to be considered at a fixed cost at the beginning of the allocated annual budget season. That is something that we know that the President and Vice President's office wish to support as well, and we look forward to resolution to this long-standing concern with the chapters. And I think the chapter officials feel that there will be some relief once we're able to complete that. So, Edeya, Shananda, Speaker Damon, and thank you for your time. Yeah.
Thank you. That go back to you, Honorable Daniels. Does that complete your report?
Mr. Chair, yes, that will conclude our presentation to Naabik'íyáti Committee. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you. That, let me go down, colleagues. We do have a motion and a second. So let's go to the floor. I have Madam Chair Charles Newman.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Daniels, for the legislation. I guess my question is, I'm looking at the funding proposal summary. So right now, we did give $89,718 to the chapter officials for their stipend for 12 regular meetings, 12 planning meetings, 4 agency meetings, and then an additional 2 meetings. So they get $500 for the chapter meetings, they get $500 for the planning meeting, and then they get $500 for the agency meeting that they attend. And then they have 2 additional meetings at $500. And the short amount is $419,718. If I'm reading the budget documents correct. So you stated, Ms. Yellowman, that a lot of this was because of the extra meetings because of COVID that were not planned out. My question is, if since passing the budget in September of 2021 to date, how many chapters have actually met for COVID, I guess, the additional meetings? And if we know that our chapters are going to be meeting, especially for additional meetings for COVID, why, I guess, why are we limiting them to 2 meetings? And then what are the requirements for calling special meetings? I've gone to a special meeting where the meeting was 20 minutes. So our chapter officials earned $500 in that 20 minutes. So, are we encouraging our chapter officials to, for some of these issues, to hold off until a chapter meeting can convene and until they can have chapter planning meetings? That's my first question. My second question is, in terms of the budget that was presented to us and then the additional funding that's provided, you first stated that this was for the chapter officials in the Western Agency and then 1 in Chin-Lee. But looking at the budget summary, it sounds as if it's for the entire 110 chapters. Can I get some clarification on that? Thank you.
Thank you. That, moving on down, Honorable Eugene So. Going twice. Honorable Eugene So going 3 times. That. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Floor is yours.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Kiaz.
Hey,
Honorable Eugene So, Madam Chair,
I'm sorry, hey.
I'll come
Yes,
back.
I lost my time.
Defer
you.
to Mr. So. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shaw. Every I was just short in now. Like I said, I'm traveling. I have an emergency in regards to COVID. And so I was going to say, if you can excuse me, and I would like to request Ms. Eugenia to sponsor my legislation. That way I don't have to worry about the phone going on in and out. Say thank you.
Thank you. That, moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Chair Delegate Daniels for this legislation. I did have a question. So in this legislation, it is asking to cover the cost for the Western Agency chapter official stipend and Chinle chapter. And that was discussed at Budget and Finance in our review of the unmet needs. What I want to raise is the reason why Western Agency was not covered, because we received a request from Western Agency senior centers. Now, with that being said, I think in terms of the other chapters and agencies that were covered, asked a request from the Department of Health to create budgets and similar type of funding to the remaining agencies. So that would be Northern, Port Defiance, Chinle, and Eastern, because instead of funding some of the senior centers, we covered the chapter stipend cost. So I'm not sure if, as sponsor, you were aware. I believe so, because I remember there was going to be an amendment to the budget to revert or to move those dollars from the seniors to the chapter stipend. But I think in terms of how Western Agency was allocated money in this UUFB request, there's still the need for our senior centers to be covered. And I can find that amount, and I would ask if for your support, Delegate Daniels, and the administration support with Dr. Jill Jim and the President's Office to include in this legislation those dollars to those agencies. So my first question would be, what would be the process for to have that amendment, since this is a UUFB, but we're waiving certain laws and provisions? Does that need to have a complete review? Let me know. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go back to Honorable Herman Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Crotty. Yeah, thank you for the comment and also the questions in regards to the funds for Western Agency chapters and also Chinle chapter. I know that when we were approving the comprehensive budget, I know that there was an amendment, there was an attempt by Delegate Walker to take out some funds from the Western Agency Senior Center to cover the stipends for Western Agency chapter officials, but that didn't go through. So that's as far as I remember on that. So, but when we approved the budget, that's like I said, there was still some unmet needs for chapter official stipends for Western Agency. But I'm gonna refer to some questions to Dr. Yellowman, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman.
Yeah, a speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Deja Ambercrotti, for your question and comment. I believe Delegate Eugene So just had a request, and then I'll get to Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton's questions as well. Just for clarification, when we went before Budget and Finance, the members of Budget and Finance had made recommendations on behalf of their allocated amounts. And if I'm saying this correctly, Delegate Brown, Nathaniel Brown, had made a recommendation to use his allocations for, I believe they were vans, for the senior center. So those were vans to be potentially supported by Delegate Nate Brown. However, when the recommendation or when an amendment was brought before by Delegate Thomas Walker, the impression was that the funds were coming from the senior center as opposed to the funds coming from Delegate Nate Brown's amount from Budget and Finance for the vans. But nonetheless, there was an attempt to cover the Western Agency chapter stipend. It did not move forward, and there is still the need for the Western Agency chapter stipend shortfall. In addition, gratitude to Resource and RDC and Budget and Finance. Members of Budget and Finance did cover, Chair Henya did cover Eastern Agency, and other members covered other various, Delegate Crotty covered chapters from Northern Agency. One other chapter aside from Western Agency that was not covered was the Chinle Agency chapter. So that's included in the request for $89,000. So I hope that provides some additional clarification. And we worked with Ms. Lisa Jim from OMB during that time. That was a late meeting with Budget and Finance. It was a late Friday night meeting. But if additional questions are needed for that and that interaction or transaction, Ms. Lisa Jim was our point of contact during that time and during that conversation. If I can proceed to Delegate Charles Newton, there have been a number of chapters that have been meeting on COVID matters, and most recently on the Omicron and Delta variants. Many of the chapters are identified through the Health Command as high transmission areas. And as such, a lot of the chapters have been meeting on local concerns for COVID matters. In addition, some of our chapters have experienced exposures recently and are needing to temporarily close for deconning and mitigation. So we are in still emergency declared situation here for COVID, and many of our chapters still feel the impacts of that. And as for the question about the recent meeting, many of the chapters and agencies, they produce their agenda and deem those agenda items necessary and important. I am aware of a meeting that did occur last Saturday. It was 20 minutes. That doesn't mean we necessarily support or encourage that. That's based on their agenda and how a meeting is ran. Some meetings go for 20 minutes and some meetings go for 8 hours. But nonetheless, the topics are important for agency council members and chapter members. So I hope that clarifies. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Daniels, that can complete your response.
Yes, Mr. Back to you.
Okay. That, go back to the floor. Naabik'íyáti.
Speaker, yeah, Nando Liskodo. Sanada Sto Andigi. Comment, I just want to be on record. When this particular situation came before RDC during the budget process, we tried to fund the official, but obviously it didn't happen. And I did pose a question: why is it that our local elected officials are always in this position? And it lies with the decision making, and obviously with the limited funding. But the question was is that why always get our local chapter get selected or be targeted to say that, well, we'll probably get them some funding later on. Again, maybe there's a way that we need to mandate during the budget process that these funding are automatically allocated no matter what, because there are elected officials at the local chapter. And similar with the grazing official as well. Grazing official, especially based on the bus and the yard lineage, what they've worked for. In Yenan, Stayla, Nan Lineage, Catahola, Cocodo, but na. Yeah, lineage of change of Hodan either. So I think there needs to be a better recommendation that we need to make as a council, especially with the 2023 budget. Within 3 or 4 months, a budget it's always again to increasing the delegates. No, but if we can't even allocate sufficient funding at the local level, but yet it's okay to increase a lot of these delegates' position at Windrut level. We really need to equip our local chapter effectively. And again, this is where we continue to ask the program. The budget form has to be signed by the program manager and then the division. If that's lacking, the council really can't do anything, can't do much, or propose a plan of operation, revise. So if anything else, it should be at Windrut level that we're asking for money to complete our job, rather than having this be done at the local level. So, the one thing, the moratorium. I don't see it as a moratorium, but it's just a statement from the president's office saying that there should be no more funding be allocated from the UUFB or citizen funding. So how do we take that? The question of legislation. I don't know. But nonetheless, we are the appropriator. And again, I always say that why are we being told what to do and what not to do? This is our job as legislators. We appropriate fund and we make policy. To approve it, to not approve it, or line item veto. So, again, just be on record that we have addressed this. RDC had been addressing this, and we got information. We got the response to say that it was a decision processing, that the reason why that certain chapter officials' stipends were not allocated within the 2022 budget. So yes, a lot of times we're being told that we're not effective, or at the chapter level. The process, the procedure process, procurement process, or the appropriation process. It's not just the RDC not doing enough, but as far as budget and finance, and then of course the full council, we've discussed this. We've been discussing it. For those chapter officials that are listening in. So, Speaker,
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions? Because I don't have anybody else in the queue. Are we ready to vote?
Speaker.
One more question.
Go back then. Yes, is that Vice Chair Walker?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, Vice Chair Walker, and I'll go back to Honorable Daniels. Vice Chair Walker.
Okay. Yate, Speaker, though, Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, to Ishman and committee members. Yate, Ado Tais Sangido, the Aniki Biye. Ado Ko Bande, Kota, Sos Ko, the Rain, so again, Tato, and Niyahaki Honorable Herman Daniels should say the way or J Toda or Yat Eto Kehe should say. Other your agents, Dr. Yellerman and the DCD, did the quick sheet not check by Nahanda. It done the comments being made, sort of recounting what had happened several months ago during the deliberation on the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget. When that was being put together, then of course it went through the committees all the way to the council. Called this item here, this matter that's before us, we had the opportunity to address it, but we could not, agree on how that was going to be done. But at the time, leadership, the council, there was general consensus in asking that matter be addressed later. I was asked to withdraw the amendment that was mentioned earlier, with the understanding that council can appropriate funding from the UUFB to for the unmet what would be unmet needs. This line item. I think everything we're down to that, and it was agreed upon by the council. I believe that was done in good faith. So on my part, as the sponsor of the amendment, I had taken a step back and said, okay, we will address this later. And I appreciate Delegate Daniels putting together the legislation to provide funding for our leaders out here in Western Agency. I wanted to just say that on my part, Speaker, although I support this legislation, and I would ask my leaders to also do that with the understanding that we made consensus back in September. Came to consensus, and we said we would do this. Appreciate again the discussion to do this legislative fix through appropriating funding from the UUFB. Should I even yes and then what I case I would ask you for your support. Again, thank you, Speaker and members of Council. The COVID pandemic, late at the chapter level, some meetings go, for hours. I believe it's because of the way the pandemic is impacting all of us. It certainly has an impact on our local government, how the government is business of the government is conducted. Either with the shortened meetings or abbreviated meetings, or sometimes meetings have to be postponed a couple times. And meaning that meetings being postponed pretty soon. The community members, the meeting attendees, they kind of lose track of that. And reason to postpone meetings is because of COVID exposures and what that does to our communities. Things are really not normal, as we all know. So the impact is there. Unfortunately, it affects everything. So I wanted to just put that to you, Shananda, with respect, and also with the respectful request to support the legislation. Shananda, Speaker, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, staff indicated that I heard you stating something.
Yes, Speaker, I had a couple of other questions.
Okay. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Number one is, as far as, I know that Ms. Yellowman, you have come before council, you did talk about the FEMA reimbursement. What is FEMA reimbursing when it comes to chapters? I thought at one time there was a question about the additional meetings that had to take place because of preparation. And perhaps I'm wrong on this, but I thought that that also included the manpower. Wouldn't that also include the chapter officials coming together to plan for the community, especially if they're having to meet for COVID-related issues? Number two is, I just read the memorandum that was provided from Dominic Vial. On item 3, it says for fiscal year 2022, the chapters overall received an increase of $600,000. The chapters overall received an increase of $676,242 for non-administrative costs. Some of this fund could have been applied to the stipends costs. Can you tell me where that $676,242 that was given to the chapters, where that money is going, and why that money wasn't applied to the stipend costs for chapter officials? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Is there any other further comments or questions, colleagues? Anybody in the queue before I go back to the sponsor?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel
Chairman,
So.
Chairman Daniel So, and then I'll go back to Honorable Daniels. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Lansatilla, Chairman Damon, Ado Naabik'íyáti committee colleagues, Ado Sache, Chairman Daniels, thank you for bringing this legislation. My guess overall, the other chapters they're pretty much are abiding by the budget that was presented to them. 2 meetings a month and every quarter agency council. And that's what the chapters that I know about are abiding by. But Dr. Yellowman relays that this money's for extra meetings above the 2 chapter meetings and the quarterly agency council meetings. And so with that presentation, are you saying that now the other chapters that have special meetings that don't get reimbursed, they're being shortchanged because with this budget, we're going to basically fund every meeting that the chapters in Western Agency are holding? I don't understand that presentation. On the other hand, it's unfortunate that we have statutory language that says chapter officers are paid a stipend for a planning meeting and a chapter meeting and every quarter agency council meeting. But I don't understand how at the budget review process that it's like statute Tory language that is unfunded. In the bigger world, it's an unfunded mandate. And as a program division director, I'm a little concerned that you're allowing that, and you signed off on the original budget knowing that it was short funded. That's a real concern to me. We have 110 chapters, 330 chapter officers that basically should have same funding. And in this case, say Herman Daniels is bringing us legislation that clearly shows there was inequity. And that's been a lot of positions that we've taken. And so how in the world did that happen? And just, I'd like to get a reasonable response. I do favor the legislation, but for me, it's just, I have several question marks that I'd like to basically get this response so that there is legislative history established regarding this aspect. Thank you.
Chairman? You done?
Yeah.
Chairman, are you still continuing on?
No, that was the extent of my statement and questions.
Thank
I
you.
hope you heard
Yes.
my comments and questions. Okay.
Yes. Okay, when we go back to Honorable Herman Daniels at the time.
Mr. Chair, I don't know quite get up. But good evening, Nisha. It's not Senegi. Ajana Hall, Jessica. I don't quite know great should shake without that delegate K. Allen McGee Jr. I did the delegate Thomas Walker Jr. Thank you for your comments and also thank you for your support. Speaking in support of this legislation, 0005-22. I didn't Shama. I didn't should say, Shamai Nakiko Desh Kid, Chairwoman Charles Newton. I didn't Chairman So. Oh, yeah, Desh Kid about the stipends with Western Agency. I'm going to refer the question to my agent, Miss Dr. Yeoman. Apologize. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Yeoman.
Dr. Yeoman.
Speaker, thank you. And thank you for the questions, Delegate Daniel So and Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. I'll start with Delegate Daniel So's questions, and then I'll, if I may, Speaker Damon. We also have Ms. Sanlatza Jim Martin on the call, who is our lead on the FEMA and has been working with the FEMA representative on behalf of the chapters, so she could speak a little bit more to detail on the question regarding FEMA. And then there was another question by Delegate Newton on the funding portion as well. So if I may, Speaker, I have a presentation I could share on the screen, but I'm going to go over some numbers here. And I'm hoping that Delegate Daniel So can follow the numbers, because he referred to terms as inequity and expressed some concern. So I hope he, I'll be sharing some numbers. So for fiscal year 2022, at the beginning of the 3 branch meetings, the Navajo Nation chapters alone, just the chapters, not DCD, the chapters were allocated $14,953,059. For the general fund allocations, and they were also allocated $180,597 for general wage adjustment allocations. These are the funds that are allocated to the chapters. And so when we start to look at the chapter need or the chapter stipend need, we know that last year the general wage adjustment had, I'm sorry, not the general wage adjustment, the personnel fringe benefits was at 43.38%. So earlier, Delegate Naabik'íyáti mentioned that decisions had to be made, or I'm not going to say priorities, but decisions have to be made, and we have funding that goes to employees, and then we have funding that comes out that needs to be paid for the personnel fringe benefits. And at 43.38%, we have those funds that come out of that $14 million I just mentioned. So for every agency, for Eastern Agency, the fringe benefits was at $3,034,054. Fringe benefits for Fort Defiance was $2,792,465. For Shiprock, it was $2,157,971. For Western Agency, it was $1,937,509. For a grand total of $11,314,486. So when you get the 11 million, which goes to personnel and fringe benefits, minus the $14,953,059 that was allocated from the 3 branches, you have a remaining amount of $3,638,573. It's, respectfully speaking, it's a clear numbers matter. So there's no room for exercising any type of inequities. These are the numbers we receive. These are the funding amounts we receive, and those are the items we have to pay. We have to pay our personnel. We have to pay fringe benefits. So with the remaining amount of $3.6 million, we allocate $500 for planning meetings for 3 officials and 12 meetings. $500 for 3 chapter officials for regular meetings and 12 meetings, and agency district meetings at $150 for 3 officials for 12 meetings. The total amount for 110 chapters is $4,158,000. So we have a short. I mentioned that with the amount that we have left after we pay the fringe benefits and personnel is $3.638573. And then we have the chapters amount at $4.158. Earlier, Delegate Kialan-Begay and Thomas Walker both mentioned that we had several meetings to resolve the best type of formula and resolution to move forward on. Some of the options that we investigated option 1, which was to continue with unmet needs. That's not a reliable option. That's what we're doing right now, and it's certainly not reliable for the chapter officials. That was not favorable in our meeting with Budget and Finance and RDC. The second option was to forego, to not fund agency and district meetings. That too was not favorable. The other was to review chapter carryover budgets in the future. That too was not as favorable, but considered. The other was to amend non-admin costs policies, but that is not favorable as well. The last option, option 5, in which we investigated and presented to both Budget and Finance and RDC, was to make the chapter official stipend a fixed cost. That was favorable. That is something that would bring relief to chapter officials in the future, and it is supported by OPVP, the President and Vice President's office, and we've had discussion with a potential sponsor on that as well. So that is one of the options that Delegate Kialan-Begay mentioned, that we have resolution. We like to move forward on this. So back to Delegate Daniel So's concerns. The meetings for the agency district and agency council meetings, those by law are not entitled meetings. We had been funding and requesting for funds for those meetings, but now our agency councils, which we support and maintain communications with, are rely on those meetings. So we rely on those meetings as well. We participate in those meetings. So it's I'm trying to address that I sign off on meetings that there's no funds. So what we're trying to do is actually give more. We budget for more. We don't have to budget for the agency, district, and council meetings. Those are not entitled meetings, but we do. We budget for them, and we advocate for the agency council meetings to occur. So that being said, the Western Agency, again, there was a shortfall for $89,000, and in this budget request right now for 1 Chinle chapter. There were opportunities, as Delegate Thomas Walker mentioned. The opportunities were to address during the budget season back in September, but the need to have these work sessions did happen. We've had several work sessions, and we've came to resolutions on moving forward. So Speaker, I'd like to just close on that and hope that that satisfies the question by Delegate Daniel. So, and also if I could bring on Ms. Enlace Jim Martin to address the process for FEMA and the types of criteria. Thank you.
Daniels, does that conclude your presentation or your response?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to give some time to Mr. Jim Martin.
Mr. Jim Martin?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm having technical difficulties getting on the call. This is Samwatsa Jim Martin, ASC Department Manager with the Division of Community Development. Thank you for the question, Delegate Charles Newton. I appreciate the question. It is very important. We do have a team that works directly with the FEMA representatives within the Health Command Operations Center with the leadership of Dr. Jill Jim. The Division of Community Development, we do have a team that is assigned to work with the FEMA representatives who we meet with on a weekly basis to go over reimbursements that have been submitted for review by all 110 chapters. There is a misconception out there that FEMA will reimburse everything under the COVID emergency. That is definitely not the case. In our meetings with our FEMA representatives, there are strict eligibility criteria which we have to follow. Although FEMA will reimburse at 100% to the requests that get approved, those eligibility criteria are very important to follow for our Navajo Nation chapters. To the discussion regarding chapter meetings, emergency meetings, those types of stipend funding would not be covered under FEMA reimbursements. There are other areas that FEMA will cover, such as supplies and PPE and those types of emergency response funding that the chapters are utilizing. However, for any type of reimbursements for meetings, those would be ineligible. So there is a long list of eligible and ineligible items that FEMA will be reviewing for our Navajo Nation chapters. It's quite extensive and we are just beginning that process. So I do hope that helps answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you. That, we'll go back to Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair.
Speaker,
back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. That, let me go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Brown in the queue. Honorable Brown.
I not the speaker, although based on Craigie, although I wanted to it started with to give you some background. So Dr. Yellowman is correct that it started at Budget and Finance Committee. So we as members, the rest of my colleagues covered the rest of the agency shortfalls. So all the chapters had shortfall as far as the chapter elected stipends. But for myself in Western Agency, I had an opportunity to do that. But I had the senior center approach me way ahead of time a number of senior centers where their vehicles, they're over 100,000 miles, frequent maintenance and repair. So that's where I made the decision to cover the costs for getting, I believe it was 5 or 6 vans instead of covering the stipends. So it was, that is true that Shananta or Shata wanted to change that to what my other colleagues have done, which was to cover the chapter stipends. That was brought up at the summer session. However, at that time, our colleagues unanimously or majority wanted to keep the funds with the senior center. They said, we can't. That's really important. And again, that's where Delegate Walker is correct. That's when council at that time decided to go ahead and keep the funds with the senior centers for the vans. There's a lot of comments were made how in the pandemic that's where that's the only way that our seniors are receiving food at this time, as we're aware that our senior centers are closed. Vans are needed to deliver food to our elders who are encouraged to stay home. So that's what happened, and much deliberation did happen, and council at the time did direct, okay, let's go tap into some other fundings and leave these fundings for the senior center. So that was a call that I made, a hard one, and I did report back to Western Agency as well as my chapter officials. That was a decision that I made, and they said, okay, well, if you can find other funds, and that is true. Looking, and then the reason why the UUFB exists is for times like this. And again, the nation is seeing a shortfall, and that was the projection, with the closure of NGS and Kayenta mine. So these closures are gonna, and then in this pandemic, there's fundings that came in, and I believe that Delegate Otto so kind of mentioned what would have been the case if we did not get these funds. Did we, and that's something that we're going to continue to see these shortfalls every year. And that's something that at the Arizona state level, the Arizona Corporation Commission, we're working with them. We're really supporting the Promise Act to replace not the general dollars, but to replace some of these funds if the mine and NGS were to stay open up to 2044, I believe. So it was my decision and my call on Budget and Finance, my colleagues, to make sure that you are all aware, and that's something that I spoke to at the summer session also. So Naabik'íyáti shortfall. So it was all the agencies had a shortfall. It's just my 5 other colleagues on Budget and Finance made an agreement to put their funding to cover the shortfalls and other amounts as well. So, but I made the decision. I weighed between the senior center vans and I weighed the chapter official stipends. Again, a hard decision, but I chose to, and I has Twisani, Etchen, Salah, Salah, Twisani, the Nini, and I really like what I heard at the summer session, that elders at that time became a priority over the chapter officials. But we said that we will find funds from other areas, because there are funds that are within the Navajo Nation that have not been allocated or earmarked for anything else like UUFB. So again, Shananda, UUFB is for instances like this. And unfortunately, for looking into the future, how much shortfalls are we going to be facing as a Navajo Nation and the general funds, our budget. So I hope that kind of explains where this is stemming from. So and where I stand on this again, I did reach out. I did actually, another note is Dr. Yellowman did reach out to me, and she said, well, can we look for other funds for the van? And at that time I said, well, this is already, Delegate Daniels is already working on this. So let's go see what my colleagues feel about this. So so we were trying to find other ways of getting these, replacing these shortfalls. So that's what happened. So we, at that time, so that's where the funding, we decided to choose. Then that's where Delegate Herman Daniels worked on this legislation to get funding from the UUFB. So, I hope that sheds some light on this legislation. So again, this was at the direction of my colleagues at the summer session. We did have a lengthy discussion on this, so I'm just speaking to this legislation. So I hope that that explains. There were these questions, same questions that came up in summer session. So yeah.
That's it, right? Yeah. Okay, with that, I'm going down. Nobody else here.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Councilman. Honorable Herman Daniel, your concerns are very important. The budget you needed for shortfall. As we talk about the FY22 budget by year Canada, didn't start in I fill in my needs for essential Chile agency. That was my priority. I think that's where when we split the money Chile agency, because Chile chapter out of peso bond but operating money you audit transfer these are big. They got the money. They have the big money, operating money, based on this voting registration. A peso, but peso has not. If they look through the budget, they have the money. I could share out yes, but the Western out of the peso money, the shortfall. I up often, she's not. Ashana, she brother, Honorable Nick Brown, it's true. But they need it, no, so could all hot that could all she's not Ashaya, based on her, Miss Nenike, how could the one that they be UUFB money? Oh, what about this? They are supported, but they're gonna buy it. Oh, Papa, the shortfall, RGK. That's one clear at me right now, Shanatani. We should just vote on that one. I'm a kind of witness for that is the budget matters. And the budget, just what a budget in the because 48 council needs are what lead out what RJ based upon our change budget be then operating money has no if that can be justified, they can be transferred. According to Kodo, Yayo Katie, she's not us. Herman Daniel, she's not us. Opano, ni. Okan Lisa, she's honorable Oro, so obey, look, obey in the deed, just out of one letter. I think business, not a detailed legislation. We should just vote on right now. I ask for you, let's vote on it and see the debate. None, Nikinat, Nishkishnat, Ani. Shah, Hunsabaha, Speedoli. Thank you very much for giving me the floor, still. Secret name. So it's not, I don't, not, I think she didn't know. Bajabai, Kiki. Hunsabaha, Speedoli last night. Ani, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions before I go back to the sponsor?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman. I do have a question.
Yes, Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Brown, for sharing that information about what happened. I guess my question is, I'm not so much worried about the senior centers here in New Mexico. Maybe I should be, but I know that we get a lot of assistance from the state of New Mexico when it comes to taking care of our senior citizens, and then also our senior citizen centers, and then our senior citizen vehicles. But I guess in terms of what you did with putting money towards the senior citizen vehicles, I'm thinking about all of the other chapters there in Arizona that may have vehicles that need to be replaced. So now it's like we approved the budget. We did, we agreed that our seniors, should, they should get these vehicles. But in addition to that, this legislation is asking for more funding. So in essence, you guys got your senior vehicles and now you're getting your chapter stipends. And I'm just wondering for the other, maybe with the other chapters there in Arizona, how they've gone about addressing the vehicles for their senior citizen centers there. And I know that you said that, that UUFB, that's what it's there for. But if we're talking about, our senior citizens, we really should be talking about, just as a matter of being fair, asking that question of whether senior citizens, the centers in other areas need vehicles to be replaced. And if so, why there wasn't just a legislation dropped to cover all senior citizen centers and their vehicles, maybe with maintenance, replacing of tires. What I'm hearing now is Western Agency got their senior citizen vans, and then today, more than likely, they're going to get their stipends as well. So maybe I'm wrong on this, but it seems like it's kind of like a sneaky way to get both things when, and again, maybe I'm wrong. I feel like the right thing that should have been done is to drop legislation separately for the vehicles and then include other chapters there in Arizona in that to be included as getting a, new vehicles or even, to have maintenance done on the vehicles. I worry about, the senior citizens. I worry about, with their vehicles. I know that, during COVID, many of them really depended on that food to be delivered to them. So I can understand the need to replace these vehicles. But, if we're, earlier, there was an argument made about being equitable, trying to be fair. I know here in New Mexico, we do get funding to help assist with the senior citizens, but there in Arizona, that's not always the case. And I'm thinking in terms of the chapters that are in need
that didn't have that opportunity to, to come out to say, oh, well, if Western Agency is getting brand new vehicles, then, we also need a brand new vehicle as well. And I know that we did, this was brought up during the last council session. And, we did talk about it, and I voted, at that time. I remember, thinking that our senior citizens do need help. But I guess in terms of coming back now, I just think it was really unfair to the other chapters that needed their vehicles replaced. And maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe it was just Western Agency and the entire state of Arizona and the Navajo Nation that needed their senior citizen vehicles replaced. But I will just make that comment that I think that, when we are going to talk about being equitable, helping our senior citizens, that we should be as fair as we can. And we should have been able to provide that opportunity to other chapters to step up to say that they need vehicles with their senior citizen centers as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, we go back to Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the Naabik'íyáti. Delegate Brown, thank you for your explanation. Delegate Yellow here. Thank you for your support. I'm going to give some time to Dr. Yellowman.
Naabik'íyáti, Speaker.
Oh, where's yours?
Okay. Yeah, Nana. I'll speak briefly, but as to Delegate Charles Newton's concern that she brought up, we did look for alternative methods or alternative ways to address the needs for the senior center. The senior centers are administered or overlooked by Dr. Jim, so coordination needed to occur there. But we're still wanting to assist in any way we could. But as far as the decision that Delegate Brown made, I would have to defer to him. And he did share some of his reasons for the decisions he made. So, Speaker, I would defer some of the response from Delegate Brown. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. That, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Any other further comments or questions on legislation 0005-22? And twice. Or 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
I'll vote green.
Excuse me, Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Speaker Seth Thamer not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Lonnie votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote? Honorable Odo So. Honorable Odo So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 17 delegates in favor, 0 opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. 17 in favor, 1 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries on legislation 0005-22. That, colleagues, that legislation moves on to council. Moving on down, we have item number H, legislation 0003-22, sponsored by Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0003-22, an act relating to Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $900,000 undesignated fund balance to the Division of Economic Development, Tourism Department for personnel operating expenses for the remaining for the remainder of FY 2022, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, 820F, and 820J to allow use of the UUFB for recurring expenses. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. There are committee reports from the Resources and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, could I get a motion?
Daniel.
Freeland.
Motion by Honorable Herman Daniels.
Freeland, second. Freeland.
Second by Honorable Freeland. Colleagues, is there any comments, questions on legislation 003-22? This legislation goes to council, colleagues.
Question.
Right. Stuart, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Question, Chairman, speakers, Aro, Kodo, colleagues, and Authenticy, Aro staff. It's not argued this evening. Aro Kodogi, this is from Division Economic Development. Aro Kodogi based on EKDG from the UUFB, the Ninigi unreserved undesignated fund balance down basically no employment to help meet their needs. They were during the budget season. So they have requested funds. There were two areas: the unmet needs and the carryover forward, but we're not the carry forward budget. Auto approve Alian but not Kodogi. Queen Lagi 900,000 the joke head. Kodogi Yashna Ashan Linigi, Mr. Arvo McCabe, Ajo Kides to Ajo Hajin Sogo Bananas East and Sto Kodi Kwagishi, the Hill Hojo no start this evening. Now we get to get meeting be Yadoko Yashib Yahado Zito Lel Speaker Damon Equagi Bandadesh Alto Lel Shiltan Ashlinigi, Mr. McCabe, Mr. Willie.
Great. Mr. McCabe. Salvo McCabe. I have to press *6. There's no Mr. McCabe. Is there Mr. JT Willie on the line?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I was having difficulties getting on. Yat a Speaker Damon, do Naabik'íyáti committee members. She Arbel Timi Cabin, she nanished, Agents Ledot Apani, Bashes Chin, that not Jenny Ada should change, what did Jenny Ada Shanala? But oh, the Nashle. Good evening again, and the request that we put before you this evening is to cover costs within the Department of Tourism, and this is due to the COVID closures, which started on the 13th of March last year and went through a little over a year. With the funding that we got allocated to us this year in the amount of $128,000, we find that, of course, that is not enough to cover our expenses and to pay salaries to the staff who work within the department. So we're requesting $900,000 to carry us through the end of the year to cover costs
with the 3 states that we have co-ops with, and to also cover additional costs with advertising and promoting the rural areas of Navajo Nation. This will carry us on to the 2023 funded year. And right now, we'd appreciate your support in moving this to the next committee.
Thank you. That, Honorable Stewart, does that conclude your presentation?
Coach Tilla, or can get some questions or answer some concerns.
All right, thank you. That, let me go to the floor. I do have Chairman Daniel. So, Chairman, the floor is yours.
Okay, Lance Satilla. Basically, Satilla, Honorable Wilson Stewart, thank you for sponsoring this legislation. Naabik'íyáti committee members and those on the in the audience, Mr. McCabe and Mr. J.T. Willie. Ms. Barbara, in the title of the legislation, or like, my question is that reference to waiving those specific items on UUFB. It's kind of like contradictory language. We're waiving part of it, and it's for FY 2022. But in the title, after the parenthesis, it says, makes reference to recurring expenses. And the question is, this is specific to a one-time budget allocation for FY 22. But that last statement makes it sound like it's going to occur again annually. So my question is, do we need an amendment to basically delete the phrase after the parenthesis, the closed parenthesis? Satilla, Chair Damon, and Satilla, Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. That would be my question to Legislative Council. Back to you, Chair.
Any other comments or questions at this time? I don't have anybody else in the queue, so let me go back to Honorable Stewart.
Chairman Damon Kurogi, Miss Barbara, she Paggy, Nabatos Kidla. Mr. Shinar, Mr. So asked a question regarding that last statement of Kopagishi. Badish Aslalish, Miss Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Stewart, this is Miss Barbara. The short answer to Delegate So's question is no, you do not need an amendment. I recognize that it may seem contradictory to use that last language to allow use of the UUFB for recurring expenses. However, it is not. If you would note that, so the UUFB the goal of the UUFB or the purpose of the UUFB Initiative Fund under the Appropriation Act is to fund non-recurring expenses. That means expenses that do not reoccur each year. And yes, this is only a one-time expenditure, but since it is going to personnel, it was deemed recurring. I am going to get Laureline Tapaye on the line since she drafted this resolution, and because I have not, usually the controller's memo states that it is a recurring or non-recurring, and I can't seem to find that in their memo. So I'm going to turn that over to Ms. Tapaye. Thank you.
Speaker, can you put Freeland in queue box? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes. Laureline?
This is Laureline from OLC. Did you want me to answer the question?
Yes.
Okay. It is true that the controller has not done a memo specifically for UUSD. I did notify the program that we needed that memo, and it is anticipated that we will get that memo by the time this legislation gets to council next week. The reason that it uses the word recurring in the legislation in the title is because personnel and operating expenses are generally considered recurring program expenses because, of course, they occur on a regular basis every year. They're consistent expenses. And so that's the reason the legislation was drafted with this language. And the waiver is there, the waiver of 12 NNC 820 is there because the UUSB is considered non-recurring.
Of course, right in the middle of it.
So yes, the waiver is necessary in the legislation because the UUSB is considered a non-recurring source of income. It's not a steady projected amount every year. It's not considered non-recurring. But the expenses, personnel and operating expenses of the tourism department are generally considered recurring. Of course, when the controller's memo is issued, that's what I expect it to say, that it will say the UUSD is being used for recurring expenses. However, the memo could say the opposite, so we could wait and see what it says. But I'm fairly confident that it will say that these are recurring. While the $900,000 is a one-time allocation, the purpose of the expenditure is for recurring operating expenses. And that's the reason the legislation was written that way. So I hope that clarifies the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Ms. Barbara, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Speaker, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to Honorable Stewart. Does that conclude your response at this time?
Chairman.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me move back to the floor. I do have Honorable Mark Freeland in the queue. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, Chairman, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Good evening, staff and everyone on this call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., thank you for this legislation, as well as Mr. McCabe. Thank you very much as well. Understandably, I do support the legislation. I think it's very important to tourism and how can we bring some potential revenue to the nation. And we gotta, of course, we gotta invest anytime we think of revenue, we got to put out some revenue as well. So in order to make money, you got to, put in some money as well. Um, just thinking overall, and this legislation as well as the previous legislation, just examples of issues and revenues not being able to sustain programs. And I think of the example earlier of the previous legislation where we were discussing the need for new vans agency at the 5 agencies, and there is need for that as in the Daltex program. Of course, it's hard when Daltex runs out of food, when they run out of centers run out of food. And I've even gone as far as donating trays to some of my centers. It's situations like that we try to pitch in, but it's because of a lack of revenue sources and economics. How can we build a solidified economic future for the nation? And I guess all goes back to when we first took office. One of our huge debates evolved around the closure of NGS and Kienta Mine. And I think about that a lot and the impacts and the effects of that vote. And it left us with a $40 million hole. And we have to plug that $40 million hole that eventually impacts programs, the general fund, operating expenses. We have to plug that $40 million hole, and then how do we add another $40 million on top of that to help other programs whether they're in the judicial, executive, or legislative branches. And I think we at some point really need to start focusing on our social services that we provide to our people. And this is one avenue with tourism, an avenue to look at as, if we invest in tourism, if we invest in a program, our return on investment could pay off in a few years. And I think of the True New Mexico campaign, how the state really went with that brand, and it's all over. You see True New Mexico True, New Mexico True. You even see it on the highway signs. I think at some point, if we really invest on Navajo, come up with a brand, and we could really make an impact on tourism. And it all stems back to creating revenue. And I'm really going to continue to pray hard for our Navajo Nation, for our people, that we at some point will build an economy or plan an economy that will be strong, will create revenue, will create jobs, will be self-sustaining, reoccurring. And going through CARES, going through ARPA, those were helpful, yes, but how can we develop our own revenue base? And it comes through planning. It comes through important ways of revenue, of creating revenue sources. And I just wanted to mention that much this evening, because there's a lot to think about. I appreciate, and we're so thankful that we have the UUFB to help us in these ways. Imagine if we didn't have the UUFB, we wouldn't be in a good situation at all financially. And at some point, we got to get off. We gotta wean ourselves off of UUFB and use UUFB for other means. And I at one time had thought of this as a Band-Aid approach. We got to wean ourselves off this. And we're lucky, we're blessed, we're fortunate that UUFB is there for us. But we gotta stand on solid ground at some point, and start building an economy. Start thinking about building a future that the Navajo Nation government will be solid. I'm not an economist. I'm not anything like that. I don't work on Wall Street, but there's a lot of creative ways that we can do this. So just some thoughts this evening, Shantai. Mr. McCabe, thank you very much. And I'm really serious about the branding. At some point, we could get a brand. I would love for you to see you guys in Santa Fe. I would love to see you guys at Balloon Fiesta. Would love to see you guys in the Mexico State Fair. I mean, we got to really get Navajo out there. And, some of these things I go to, and I say, I wish Navajo was here. We need Navajo to be here. And I know there's a lot of challenges with funding and other means, but, Destination Navajo or something, I don't know, a brand would be great to see. So with that, speaker, I say thank you. And to my colleagues and the staff, thank you. Good evening.
Follow-up, speaker, Delegate Daniel.
Yes, go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you, Satilla. Basically, there had been a letter sent from OPVP declaring a moratorium. And so now we have folks within the administration pursuing UUFB. It seems, and then we don't have the letter from the controller. So in this aspect, Mr. J.T. Willie, Mr. McCabe, how then, and I guess specific, do we have the necessary budget forms with the signature of the Chief of Staff? Because during the budget process, it was in the majority of budget forms, we had Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco's signature. I didn't pull up the exact exhibits. Do we have assigned budget forms from President Miz or Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco specific to that? and so in that aspect, that would be my questions. And again, I'm just trying to establish with the enactment of this, we will be establishing precedent, defying a letter declaring a moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? Let me go back to you, Honorable Stewart, for response.
Wishing so yeah, Ignana, question Mr. Freeland, Delegate Freeland. We have talked about it before through Resource Development Committee and through our divisions that we represent and programs that we work with. The trademark that needs to happen, and I know that through the other legislation that didn't make it this far yet. However, there is another one that was questions such as those imposed at that time. So not only that, but for the nation as well. Okay, we do need to look in those areas as to how we're going to move forward with our trademarking for the nation, and how to get other revenues on the nation, and to move forward in that direction. Chairman, so and this could be and this could get the moratorium letter to a memo the middle part of November President Condo the process started back in September, October, honest when the husband was process on how to request for funding. The Kehogi Hashi, the quiz comment that which is national do Belale ko Kutza Didi, the executive official review of Kagi Exhibit E Kut Ayla under the fund management. Office of Budget Manager the 1st of November, Yada Aron the Office Controller October 27th, Yada Aron the Attorney General November 10th, Yada Kut Alho the show Aron the Shalnash, then give Mr. McCabe the art Hajdi Laudo Bela Leo and then Shitchen Quila. But not to get Kodogi any legislative councillors and Nigi Abe, which I saw our quiz canal in the Dakot hot cash la the I have stated before I thought that memo came out DI it was already in the process. A memo a became go into the hot cash la memo. I don't know how that would work to a at the need allegation it's less than the president Nez or vice president Lizer a pass a lot to veto or to pass so could a pass a lot of it there is a shortfall and this is again occurring from the budget 2022 again the unmet needs again a base on the Betani for the tourism under division economic development. If I missed anything or if I thought Mr. McCabe or Mr. JT Willie want to add anything in, Asian quite about this after this Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions at this time, colleagues? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board on legislation 003-22. On the main motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair Speaker Seth Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable
Delegate
Vince
James
James
votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable
How
Jimmy
about green?
Yellowhair votes green.
How about green?
Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 15 delegates in favor and 1 opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Okay, with that, thank you very much. 15 in favor, 1 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, legislation 0003-22 is destined for council. Moving on down, item number I, under new business, legislation 0006-22. Sponsors by Honorable Aduso, co-sponsors by myself, Seth Damon. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0006-22, an action relating to budget and finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council establishing the Dene Relocatee Fund. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Motion by Chairman
Second,
Daniel
Juanita.
So, a second by Honorable Juanica. Colleagues, is there any comments or questions on legislation 0006-22? This legislation is destined for council. One twice. One 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Amber
Delegate Key Allen votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 17 delegates in favor with 0 opposed and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. That 17 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Again, colleagues, legislation 0006-22 is destined for Navajo Nation Council. Moving on down, colleagues, item number J on our legislation or under new business. Legislation 0002-22. This is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by Honorable Keelan Begay Jr., co-sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. I know that Honorable Eugene So is not here. Is there one of his co-sponsors who's going to be presenting, or if there's any presentation?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Delegate Eugene So reached out to me and asked me to sponsor the legislation as he's tending to a family emergency at this time. So
Okay.
if there's any questions, I will be presenting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, Mr. Rico, we could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. And members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0002-22, in action relating to the resource development, the health education, human services, the law and order, and the Naabik'íyáti committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, amending Title 17 of the Navajo Nation Code to establish criminal penalties for vicious dog and other animal attacks. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by Honorable Keelan Begay Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommended do pass with no amendments and one recommendation. The Resource and Development Committee recommends that the Navajo Nation Council schedule a work session on legislation 0002-21. The Navajo Nation programs that should be invited to attend the work session include, but are not limited to, the Prosecutor's Office Fish and Wildlife Animal Control Program, Navajo Veteran Program, Office of the Controller, Office of Management and Budget, Department of Agriculture, Navajo Division of Public Safety, Navajo Housing Authority. Purpose of this work session to include review of legislation 0002-22, identifying funding to increase the animal control staff and to provide more funding to that staff, provide suggestions as to the limit of number of dogs and cats a household may possess, provide suggestions on how to establish more spay and neuter clinics, provide suggestions on how to educate Navajo residents to care for their dogs and cats, and other topics to address this issue of dogs and injuring the Navajo population. But committee report does recommend do pass with no amendments. There is a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. There is a committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico.
Second,
With that,
Delegate Nez.
motion by Chairman Daniel So, second by Chairman Rick Nez. That, colleagues, is there any comments, questions? Again, colleagues, legislation 0002-22 has gone through 3 committees and it is going destined for the Navajo Nation Council after Naabik'íyáti Committee. And twice. One, 3 times, go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keelan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Keelan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair Speaker Seth Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Hello, votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Kenaz-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kenaz-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 17 delegates in favor with 0 opposed and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues on legislation 0002-22, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. With that, legislation is destined for council. Colleagues, as indicated, all the legislations that were approved today, legislation 0111-21, 0119-21, 0112-21, 251-21, 099, 0009-22, 0005-22, 0003-22, 0006-22, 0002-22, all needed to be added on Monday morning. If the sponsors want to move them on to council agenda next week, colleagues. With that, we are on new business, colleagues. Item number 8, which is close of meeting, announcements, and then adjournment. What is the will of the committee?
Speaker, I have an announcement.
Honorable Freeland with the announcement.
Thank you, Speaker. Good evening, colleagues and staff. Good evening, everyone. This call. I just wanted to mention an email we got not too long ago. 500 new cases today on the Navajo Nation, and everyone, please protect yourselves, protect others. Do your best to, of course, wear your masks, sanitize, whatever you can. Like I said in one of our previous meetings, this virus is winning. And I pray for all those people that are infected with at this time and going through quarantine and going through, I'm hoping they're also vaccinated. We will pray for them, and we will pray for all of our people as we continue to battle this virus. But it's alarming to see 500 new cases today on the Navajo Nation. God bless each and every one of you, your families. God bless our great Navajo Nation and our people. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any further announcements, colleagues?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Second, Monica.
Before we adjourn, Madam Chair, Charles Zoon, I just want to let everybody know that Monday is kicks off our Navajo Nation Council winter session. And prior to Monday, prior to 10 a.m., there is a human trafficking awareness walk. That will be, the starting point is at where? At Navajo Nation Museum. We'll be working our way up through here to the chambers, and we're welcoming them there. And we'll proceed into session at 10 a.m. when the bell rings, colleagues. So I just want to announce that next week is winter session. How many legislations do you think do we have potentially? We have 15 legislations potentially, colleagues. So with that,
Speaker, Delegate Nez.
Chairman Nez, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you to our attorneys at Office of Legislative Counsel for doing an awesome job for us, always writing out these legislations. Just want to say thank you to them, and thank you to your staff. Going.
Thank you. That, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, motion to adjourn at 7:21 p.m. Second by my Honorable Edison Wanika. That, colleagues, go to the board. Motion to adjourn at Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Speaker said they are not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable
Green.
Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pranal Halona, how do you vote?
Laura votes green.
Honorable Pranal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
I vote
green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Odo So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 17 delegates in favor and 0 opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much with that. 17 in favor, 0 opposed. We're officially adjourned, colleagues, at this year's or this week's Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much, staff, for being here. And everybody listening in on the World Wide Web, thank you very much for being with us. Have a good evening. We'll be here on Monday morning at, I think we have a press conference starting at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock Monday morning on human trafficking awareness. And then after that, we're going to council session. So have a good weekend. Stay safe. We'll see you when you see you. Go net.
Oh.
Good night, everyone.